We will introduce them later on, but we are getting late, so we should start this ceremony. So please, we shall start the lighting the lamps.
ॐ श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः हरि ओम् समिद्धो विश्वदस्पतिः पवमानो विराजति प्रीणेन्द्रशाकनेत्रदतो तनूनभात् पवमानः शृङ्गे सुषाणो अर्जति प्रीणेन्यः पवमानो रजिर्विराजतद्युमा मधोर्धार विरोचसा परः प्राचीनमोजसा पवमानस्तृणम् श्रीवे बृहति मही पवमानो वृण्यति न उभादेवा नृचक्षसा होता देव्या हुवे पवमान इन्दो वृषा सरस्वतीर्णं मही इमन्नो यज्ञमागमन्दिस्त्रो देवे सुमेषसा त्वष्टां समग्रजां गोपां पुरोयं नमः हुवे मेधारय सहस्रवर्षं हरितं राजमानं वायुर्बृहस्पतिः सूर्योऽग्निरिन्द्रः सजोषसः मन्द्रया सोमधारया।
धन्यवाद। अब आप लोग बैठे लीजिए, माइक इधर दीजिए। The Gurukulam offering, today's invocation is guided by Acharya Dr. Parashmari Sharma. Acharya Parashmari Sharma runs this Gurukulam near the holy bank of Gomti, and he is a gold medalist from BHU and a PhD, and he left the job abroad in USA to establish this Gurukulam. We welcome these children. These are called Batuks of the Gurukulam. Thank you. Now, a brief introduction of our distinguished uh, persons who are on the dais. Our chief guest today is Professor S.P. Singh, sir. I remember a line from T.S. Eliot, past is present, present is past. Professor S.P. Singh, sir, had been the principal of this prestigious college and then Vice Chancellor of Lucknow University and then again Vice Chancellor of Darbhanga University, Bihar, and he had charges of two more universities, I think, sir. No? दो और तीन और. So you are very welcome, sir. And we have a very distinguished scientist among us, Professor Ramlakhan Singh ji, who was former professor at Awadh University, and now he is chairman, State Expert Appraisal Committee and State Environment Impact Assessment Authority, Uttar Pradesh. And he was also former vice chancellor of Nilambar Pitambar University, Jharkhand. We have another distinguished personality here, Professor Srilana Ivanu from University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and internationally renowned scholar in environmental humanities. We have among us Professor Kumkum Ray, a very dynamic personality, very humble personality. She is director of the School of Sciences and Humanities at Amity University, Lucknow campus. We welcome you, ma'am. And of course, the leader of this summit, the president or our Rishikesh ji, and ultimately the person who has given us all kind of facilities here with his dynamic leadership, Professor D.K. Singh sir, the principal of the college. Now for formal welcome, I request Professor D.K. Singh sir to please come on the dais and welcome our guests. Sir, please, dais is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Saab. Distinguished guests on the dais, esteemed scholars and researchers, respected delegates from India and abroad, faculty members, dear students and media persons. Good morning and very warm welcome to all of you. It's a matter of immense pride and deep satisfaction for National PG College Lucknow to host the Lucknow Summit 2025, an international conference being organized in collaboration with the Ecosophical Foundation for the Study of Literature and Environment from 19th to 21st of December 2025. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for gracing this august gathering and for contributing your time, intellect, and commitment to a cause that concerns not just discipline or nations, but the very future for our planet. Before I proceed further, I would like to acknowledge the Vedic chanting that we were privileged to witness during the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. The students of Kapleswar Vedic Gurukulam, who are steadfastly upholding the timeless Gurukul tradition, reminded us that ecological wisdom is not new to our civilization. It has always been embedded in our ways of knowing, living, and being. In an age marked by renewed interest in Indian knowledge tradition, this sacred invocation beautifully set the tone for our deliberation by harmonizing knowledge, nature, and spirituality. The themes of this conference, the Lucknow Summit 2025, Geopolitics of Climate Change, is both urgent and profoundly relevant at a time when we are witnessing amplified ecological doom loops, rising temperatures, resource depletion, climate induced migration, and environmental injustice. The discourse on climate change can no longer remain confined to scientific data alone. It must engage critically with questions of power, policy, ethics, culture, and responsibility. This summit seeks to recognize the genesis of these crises and intersect in shaping both the problem and its possible solution. We are deeply honored by the presence of such an eminent gathering of scholars, policymakers, and practitioners. I extend a warm welcome to Professor S.P. Singh, former Vice Chancellor, University of Lucknow, Professor Kumkum Ray, MIT University, and Professor Ram Lakhan Singh, Chairman from the Ministry of Environment, whose guidance and experience lend immense value to this summit. We are equally privileged to welcome our distinguished international delegates, Professor Serenella Iovino and Professor James Gordon Haynes, both from North Carolina University, USA, Professor Marugio Valsania, University of Turin, Italy, and Professor Emmanuel Picabe, Professor of Philosophy, University of Paris, France, along with many other scholars from across the University of across the globe, whose presence truly makes this conference international in spirit and scope. Your perspectives enrich our understanding and strengthen the collective resolve needed to address climate change as a shared global challenge. I would also like to commend the Ecosophical Foundation for the Study of Literature and Environment for its vision and collaborative spirit, and congratulate the organizing committee, faculty, coordinators, and students volunteers for their dedication and hard work in making this summit possible. As we embark on 3 days of thoughtful discussion, critical debates, and interdisciplinary exchange, I hope that the Lucknow Summit 2025 becomes a space not only for academic engagement but also for reflection, responsibility, and renewed commitment towards ecological justice. Once again, I warmly welcome all our guests and delegates to National PG College and to the Society of City of Lucknow, a city known for its culture of dialogue, inclusivity, and intellectual heritage. I wish the conference every success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Uh, this conference is organized in collaboration with IMCTF, Initiative for Moral and Cultural Training Foundation. Professor S.P. Singh sir is the president of this foundation. And Pragya Pravah Awadh Prant, we have the president of Pragya Pravah, convener, Professor Pradeep Singh ji, and the regional coordinator of Pragya Pravah, Shri Bhagwati ji Bhai Sahib, is also present here. A very warm welcome to both of you, sir. Thank you. Now I request our team to welcome our guests with bouquets. So first of all, I request Professor Jaswal sir, please come up this on the stage and present a bouquet to Professor S.P. Singh sir. Jyoti Bhargava ma'am, where are you? Please come on the stage. Ritu ji, please. Please, आ जाइए, आ जाइए. Anupam ji, please. Kindly honor Professor Ramlakhan sir. Anupam ji, kindly honor Professor Saralina. Kindly honor the president of ESFLE, Dr. Rishikesh Singh. It is his vision that we are here. Puneet ji, please welcome Principal sir. Principal sir, got it. Now, after this welcome ceremony, we have a brief but a very, very important ceremony of book release. There are 4 books here which are to be released, and I ask my team to come on the stage and introduce the books. I request Professor Anna Pratap ji sir, to come on the stage.
This inaugural session also features the launch of important scholars and creative works. So, to begin with the book launch, first and foremost, I would like to invite Dr. Sachin Singh and Dr. Mridu. I'll talk a bit about their book. Their book is titled India at 2047 Visions of a New Century. It's a multidisciplinary edited volume that explores the evolving contours of India's socio-economic, technological, and cultural landscape as the nation approaches its centenary of independence.
The second book to be released is called Mere Bhitar Aur Bahar Ek Prithvi by Dr. Rana Pratap Singh. It is a creative book published by Aman Publication, Kanpur.
For the third book, we have the book titled Siesta, Poetic Vignettes of a Solitary Thinker by Bhagyashri Bharti S. Verma. It has won the coveted 21st Century Emily Dickinson Award as well. We would like to call ma'am on stage.
The fourth book is called The Eternal Circle, Kashi and the Cosmic Imagination of Charushil Singh, Essays on Myth, on Mandals and Visionary Poetics by Sonia Singh Kushwaha and Pritha Singh Kushwaha. We would like to request you to please come on the stage.
Please give a huge round of applause for all the authors present here.
First,
India 20.
Okay, so first of all, we have India at 2047, Visions of a New Century.
The second one is Mere Bhitar Aur Bahar Ek Prithvi by Dr. Rana Pratap Singh.
Then we have Siesta. Okay.
India at 2047.
Visions of a New Century.
The second one is Mere Bhitar Aur Bahar Ek Prithvi.
By Dr. Rana Pratap Singh.
The third one is Siesta, Poetic Vignettes of a Solitary Thinker by Bhagyasri Bharti S. Verma, ma'am. The fourth one is The Eternal Circle, Kashi and the Cosmic Imagination of Charushil Singh, Essays on Myth, on Mandals and Visionary Poetics by Sonia S. Kushwaha and Pritha S. Kushwaha. Thank you, everyone. Now I would like to request the dignitaries to please take their seats.
Now, to formally conclude the inaugural session, I would like to call Dr. Rishikesh Kumar Singh, President EFSLE, on stage to present the vote of thanks.
I'm taking. We shall now invite our esteemed dignitaries to share their words of blessings, guidance, and vision for the Lucknow Summit. First of all, I should invite Professor Kumkum Ray. So, ma'am, please come and bless us with your kind words.
सबको सादर pranam, a very good morning, as the sun has still not risen as brightly as it would have been. I'm so proud to see such honorary people on the stage and such great spectaculars, because nature, the greenery, the serenity, and the divinity that surrounds us lives in us live, makes our lives go on. That is what is environmental mental well being. To live in the wilderness is to live in peace, in harmony with flowers and plants and trees and birds and fishes and bees. Once relations make your life go on better than the worldly relations today, which connect with the glamour, the materialism, the facade, but not the reality. And therefore, I'm really very, very delighted to have met the founder of this society, which talks on environmentalism so much. And congratulations for this summit. Dr. Siddharth Singh, a great connect for the last so many years with us as a expert for our PhD scholars, and joining us for activities at Amity University, Lucknow campus, that he became the convener of the conference, on which there will be a lot of discussions which may connect us back to the environment, to nature, to peacefulness, and the ecological well-being, because the pollution that is gathering around us is being a hallmark to so many diseases, which kills and not only pains the human beings. I'm so honored to have so many interacting professors globally, and my interaction with professors from Paris and Italy and Carolina was a revelation that the interests that take us forward also takes them forward. So thank you so much for being a part of this summit, and thank you, Dr. Siddharth Singh, for having convened this great summit. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for grounding our discourse in regulatory insight and environmental governance. Now, I call Professor Serena, whose research work we are very eager to listen to. But here, we request you to say a few words of blessings to us, Professor.
To all of you, Professor Singh, and honorable guests and conveners of this conference, and to the Ecosophical Foundation for the Study of Literature and Environment, and you all, students, collaborators, attending delegates of this conference, my most grateful thank for inviting me here. This is the first time that I set my feet in this place, in this country, which is the birthplace of all sorts of humanities. And thank you very much. And it's beautiful to think that humanity is only a starting concept to define everything which is alive and which has a soul. So I thank you very much for reconnecting me with the origins of our common birth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Serenella. Now I request Professor Ramlakhan Singh, sir. Sir, I have honor to invite you here to say a few words of blessings to us.
Thank you, Professor Siddharth Singh. Namaskar and a very good morning to you all. Professor S.P. Singh, President IMCTF, and honorable guest on the dais and off the dais. I feel privileged to be invited in this Lucknow Summit 2025, an international conference on geopolitics of the climate change. As I see it, climate change is no longer just a subject of geopolitics, but a primary driver of it, reshaping power dynamics, trade, and national security strategies. I am quite sure that throughout the 3 days of this conference, we will very deeply go for the deliberations on various aspects of this climate change and how it affects the geopolitics, and something very concrete will come out of it so that we can utilize those data, those thoughts for reshaping the world in general and our own beloved country, Bharat, as a particular case. I am very thankful to Professor Siddharth Singh and the other organizing team to invite me to be part of this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of illumination. Now I request our source of inspiration, a very dynamic person whose name is synonymous with a great academic administrative personality. Not only in UP, he is also known in other states. I request Professor S.P. Singh, sir, to please come and bless us, sir.
My learned professor, friends, Professor Ram Lakhan Singh ji, ex-Vice Chancellor, Jharkhand, Professor Neela Lobino, Professor Kumkum Ray, Professor Rishikesh ji, Principal of the College, Professor D.K. Singh ji, the brilliant scholar and hard worker, organizing secretary of this seminar, Professor Siddharth Singh ji, the eminent learning fellows sitting in front of the dais, honorable dignitaries, distinguished scholars, esteemed practitioners, and respected colleagues. It is a privilege to address the August gathering at the inaugural session of the Lucknow Summit 2025. The summit devoted to sustainability, biodiversity, conservation, and climate action marks an important intellectual intervention at a moment when global ecological challenges demand not only scientific urgency, but also philosophical depth, civilizational introspection. In the contemporary climate discourse, the Indian knowledge tradition, often referred to as a IKT, offers a rigorous and comprehensive epistemic framework that complements modern scientific approaches. It's not merely a repository of the ancient practices. It constitutes a sophisticated ecology of the ideas articulated across the Vedas, Upanishad, classical Sanskrit literature, Ayurveda, Yoga, Shastra, and a rich oral and regional knowledge base embedded within the tradition of the profound understanding of the ontological unity of life encapsulated in a non-dualistic vision of Advaita. Unlike the anthropocentric, the dualistic paradigms that shaped much Western environmental thought, the Indian knowledge framework begins with a integrative worldview that the human and the animal, the vegetal and the elemental coexistence within a shared continuum. This foundational insight had immense potential for the reorienting environmental ethics and policy today. Within the broader corpus of the Indian thought, Hatha Yoga serves as an important paradigm illustrating the principle of the equilibrium. The balance between the Ha and Tha, the symbolizing solar and the lunar energies, act as a metaphor for ecological balance. Classical texts like the Hatha Pradipika underscores the internal harmony is inseparable from the external environmental stability. This convergence of the bodily regulation, ecological restraint, and the psychological discipline suggests the sustainability is not only a scientific objective, but also a behavioral and ethical imperative. From the academic standpoint, Indian knowledge provides several conceptual categories relevant to the sustainability science. Sanyam, ecological restraint, the disciplined mode of the consumption and ensures resources regeneration, anticipating modern concepts such as ecological footprint and planetary boundaries. Prakriti Sammat Jivan, nature aligned living, a normative principle using action that align with the natural cycles which resonate with the contemporary discussions on the circular economies and low carbon lifestyles. Decentralized ecological governance, evident in the ancient water harvesting system, community managed forest, and indigenous and cultivational practice models that modern environmental governance can meaningfully adopt. These concepts demonstrate that the Indian civilization achieved is not merely cultural heritage, it is an intellectual resources capable of informing modern environmental policy and practice known as a Sanatan of the Indias. The role of the academia and the summit vision, the Lucknow Summit aspiration is functional of the biennial platform, reflect an understanding that environmental challenges requires sustained scholarly engagement. Universities and research institutes must situate ecological inquiry at the intersection of the humanities, social sciences, natural sciences, and indigenous knowledge system. The summit therefore creates a space where multidisciplinary dialogue can be translated into actionable framework. As we reflect the converging crisis of the climate change, biodiversity loss, and ecological inequity, it becomes evident and solutions must draw the both scientific innovations and civilizational wisdom. The Indian knowledge system, with the emphasis on the interconnectedness, restraint, and ethical responsibilities, can significantly enrich contemporary environmental discourse. I congratulate the organizers for the Vision Summit may deliberate of the Lucknow Summit 2025, generate robust scholarship, informed policy recommendation, and a renewed commitment of the ecological stewards. For that, the practical aspect of this environmental changes and the approach, the Hindu spiritual tradition is operating through the IMCTF, that is the Initiative for the Moral and Cultural Training Program. It leads and works to prepare India as a world leader, to shape the India as a Jagat Guru, to provide alternative paradigms for the world, to protect environment and ecology, to imbibe reverence of the parents and teachers and elders. For these, the 6 themes of this IMCTF is designed under the auspicious organization, that is the Hindu Spiritual Social Foundation, that is the conserve forest and protect wildlife. The sanskar which is behind that, that is the reference of the plants and wild animals. For symbol for that, to observe that, that is the Briksha Bandhan, Tulsi Bandhan, Nag Bandhan, so that we could go through the conserve forest and protect wildlife with some symbolic form. The second is that preserve ecology, reverence of the all living beings. Sanskar is that, and the symbol is that Go Bandhan, Gaj Bandhan, the things is that. Sustained environment, reverence of the nature, Sanskar is this, and Bhumi Bandhan, Ganga Bandhan, that is the symbol for this Bhumi Bandhan and reverence for the ecology, environment, sustained environment. Inculcate family and human values. Sanskar is reverence of the parents and teachers and elders. For that, the symbol is that Matra Pitra Bandhan, Acharya Bandhan, Atithi Bandhan, the perform is that, the action part is that. Other is that the foster women honor, respect for the women and girls. The symbol is that Kanya Bandhan, Suvashini Bandhan, that is the symbol for this women's patronage. And after all, the last is that instill patronage, that reverence for the nations, Bharat Mata Bandhan, Parambir Bandhan, that is all the themes for the Hindu spiritual organization. For that, the IMCF is working for this. Especially, we know that the Upanishad, that is the saying of the Upanishad is that destroy this unknowledge, destroy this agyanta, and to protect the knowledge, to create the knowledge, the second object of this Upanishad. And third is that to just free from this, all the burdens from the lifestyle and the life. The two things is that we know that one policy is that is the Indian Sanatan policy, that is the Yavat Jivet Sukham Jivet Rinam Kritva Kritam Pivet. One philosophy is that Bhasmi Bhutasya Dehasya Punragamanam Kuta. This is the Charvak philosophy. One philosophy is that is known for this Indian philosophy, Indian thinkers. And the other side, extreme of that the save this Indian society and this Sanatan, Indian knowledge system, that is the Isavasya Upanishad. One slok is that is the Isavasya Midam Sarvam Yat Kinchit Jagatyam Jagat Ten Tyakten Bhunjitha Ma Graha Kasya Siddhanam. It is the philosophy to protect the environment. It is the philosophy to protect the society. It is the philosophy to protect the life, to enjoy the life, to enjoy the each and every aspect of the life, including the harmony, including the society, including the all living things. That is the message from this Indian literature, that is the Isavasya Upanishad. So I feel in these words, it is the sufficient as from my side to open this seminar for the discussion, and hope that the seminar will gain and peak its height in that way. During the discussions, the objective of the seminar organizers would be completed. This is my good wishes, all wishes to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You have set the tone of the conference. The dualism, the Cartesian dualism, has no solution to save our earth. The only solution is a movement from this from this dualism towards non-dualism, towards Advait, where we respect Mother Earth, where we respect nature as an entity, and we try to maintain the development in such a way that it is not harming nature anyway. Thank you, sir, for your words of blessings, enlightenment, and setting the tone of this conference. Now, I request Dr. Rishikesh Singh, the president of ESFLE, to come on the stage and offer a vote of thanks and say something about the foundation and its vision also. Professor Dr. Rishikesh.
Thank you, Professor Siddharth. And I'm really thankful that we are able to make it. And we are like now ready to have some good discussion and also trying to achieve our objectives. First of all, I always say the members of this organization, that is EFS aliens. So hello, EFS aliens. So I'm happy to see most of the members who are here and the new ones, and in this hope that we will establish something like innovative for which we have initiated. And I think when we started the first conference in 2017, the theme I selected, why eco-criticism? Most of you were there and present in the conference, and the question was quite relevant, that why eco-criticism? Now, at this stage, I thought we have talked much about eco-criticism. So let's find out something else, much more beyond all these questions. So what could be the question? Because, the demand of this particular topic, geopolitical, interferences, especially in climate change. So I found that it could be the most relevant topic for our discussion. And also, I feel that this is the time when we have to think something which I say, ecosophical solidarity. And this is what we really need to work on. And because, another question which always, haunts me, that why do we try, or why do we put some effort to protect the environment? Why we came to that stage? Because we have to do some extra effort, some, like beyond the natural connectedness which we have already have with nature, but we have actually lost that connectedness. So when we don't deal with nature with ease, that means we are in danger. And that's the reason I just, tried to open this platform for a, enriched discussion with so many different, panels, themes. And I hope that we will be, successfully we are going to conduct this with some particular outcome for which we are here. Because see, outcomes are necessary because most of the time we do the things in formality. But I don't believe in that. That is the reason I would like to inform you all that we are establishing this particular summit in the form of biennial convention. Like every 2 years, we will be here gathering with all these scholars and intellectuals and discuss about all these issues like we are not conscious about. So the Lucknow Summit will be held after every 2 years. And I am happy to announce this particular, this announcement was really needed to be done so that we can spend some time with the particular, framework what we have created for our objectives, to fulfill the objectives. So I don't want to spend much time to, elongate my discussion or this time, because so many of our, keynote speaker is there. Even, you won't believe somebody who is waiting for her, presentation online because she could not make it possible just because of some visa issues. Professor Dinah Fox. And that this is, it's almost 1:30 this time, and she is waiting. So I think I should wrap it up, and we can, go ahead with the that keynote speech. And I'm really thanking you all that you all here, and I'm also thankful to all the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So thank you, and thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Rishikesh. Before we conclude, allow me to briefly sum up this memorable inauguration session till we are connecting with Diana J. Fox. I hope our team is ready. 2 minutes. Okay, I have 2 minutes. Now, we have witnessed a meaningful confluence of ancient Vedic wisdom and contemporary ecological thought, reaffirming that sustainability is not merely a policy imperative, but a civilizational ethic deeply embedded in our cultural consciousness. What Sir was telling about Vandan means praying all the forms of nature that is inherent in our culture, and this is something which we must inculcate in our further generation, this sensitivity towards nature and this reverence towards nature. So I think we are connected now, and the first session, the first keynote speaker, Diana J. Fox, will connect us. She is connected. So, okay, thank you so much. Anjali ma'am, please come on stage. She's the moderator.
And I am the chair. I have to introduce her.
Ma'am, let's
Okay. जल्दी से
we now to the academic deliberations of the day.
I would like I would like to invite Professor Diana J. Fox from Bridgewater State University, USA, to deliver her keynote address virtually entitled The Gender Justice Climate Justice Nexus: Decolonial Feminist Stories from the Field. The session will be chaired by Professor Serenella Ivanovo from the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, USA, and moderated by Professor Anjali Chauhan, Department of Anthropology, JNM PG College.
Chauhan ma'am will.
Ma'am, please be seated. I request the chair and the moderator to kindly be seated.
कैसे यहाँ बोल.
I would like to request Anjali Chauhan ma'am to please moderate the session. For the Once again, I welcome ma'am for the session. Ma'am, the session is over to you. Ma'am.
Come without delaying Professor Dinah to deliver her speech. We will be constantly, listening to you very carefully. And we are very eager to have a discussion on geopolitics and climate change, because that is something that is embedded in Indian traditions from ages. So the world is talking about it. I'm very happy about it. So thank you so much, ma'am. You're welcome.
So thank you. I will introduce you, Diana. So it is, and I thank everybody to be here and to attend this first keynote address. Professor Diana Fox is a cultural and applied anthropologist, scholar activist, and documentary filmmaker whose work has made significant impact in both academic and public spheres. Trained at Oberlin College and at the universities of Arizona and Massachusetts at Amherst, her scholarship on the Anglophone Caribbean, particularly Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago, where she explores genders and sexuality diversity, women's human rights, transnational feminisms, and community-based environmental activism. Deeply committed to collaborative and engaged research, Dr. Fox brings together scholarship, activism, and visual storytelling. Her documentary films, including Earth, Water, Woman, and Many Loves, One Earth, give voice to communities striving for dignity, sustainability, and social justice, highlighting resilience, courage, and hope in the face of adversity. Diana Fox is the founder and editor of the Journal of International Women's Studies, a recipient of 4 Fulbright Awards and numerous other grants, and the author of many influential publications. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Diana Fox.
Hello? Can you confirm that you can hear me? Hello? Can you hear me? I can't hear. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're audible.
I'm audible. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. My PowerPoint presentation. Can you see my screen? Screen, 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 screen. Problems here navigating the screen here. Move to the next slide. Sorry for the trouble. I'm trying to figure out how to navigate here with the screen sharing and moving to the next slide. It's not clear to me how I can do that. Okay, let me begin. And greetings all from Providence, Rhode Island in the United States, where it is indeed 1:30 a.m. So please have some forbearance with me in the wee hours of the morning. I would like to offer my profound thanks for the kind and generous invitation from Dr. Rishikesh Kumar Singh and Professor Siddhartha Singh, and all delegates and honored guests and organizers. It's an honor and a pleasure to talk to you today, although I regret that I'm not with you in person. The title of my talk, Gender Justice, Climate Justice Nexus, Decolonial Feminist Stories from the Field, offers me an opportunity to explore scholar activist pathways out of those ecological doom loops that this summit refers to in its title. There are four main points that I would like you to take away from my talk today that are interrelated with one another. And I'm just not sure that you're seeing my screen. I'm sorry about this, but I can't see how to move from one slide to the next in this screen sharing. Can I get some assistance, please? Let's see. Well, I don't see this. Hello? Is anybody there? Hello? I need to get some assistance in navigating the slides where I click on the next slide because it's not clear on the screen for me. I wonder if I should share my presentation. See, I'm sharing it, but it's not clicking from one slide to the next. On my end, there's no place to click. When I click on the next slide, it doesn't move. Let me see, let me stop sharing and try again. Can I, let me try one more thing. Can I email the slide, my presentation to somebody so that somebody else can scroll through it?
Okay, it will be fine. You can send me.
Okay. Hi, Rishikesh. Okay, I just clicked on enlarging it and it's. Yeah, I've clicked on it. It says that it's on full screen. But you can't see, you can't see each slide. I can't click through each slide. Okay, okay. Okay, I'm still having the same problems. Well, I'm sorry, everybody. I'm sharing my screen, but it's not allowing me to move through. So, which is really unfortunate. I suppose what I can do is just,
Yeah.
I'm not
Yeah.
sure what to do because my slides are very important to my presentation.
Um,
And I cannot move through the presentation.
Bayana, I am sorry. If you can read your paper without the PowerPoint, if you can use your PowerPoint, I mean, it is clearly difficult. If you cannot, can you access the presentation mode? Just down right, there is. Okay. Can you manage to access the presentation mode, or you can simply scroll down the slides? Go back to the PowerPoint and use every slide. If you can touch the second slide, for example, it doesn't, you can you access the slides one by one? Do you hear me? We cannot hear you anymore. Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Or yeah.
Hello. Hi. Can you hear me? Okay. If you hear me, just okay, exactly where the arrow is now, just click on that icon. Okay. Can you hear me? Raise your hand. Or do. Okay, cool. Yeah, click on that icon, the small one where the arrow is. It doesn't work. I cannot. Come again?
Ask her to press F5 button on the keyboard.
F5.
F5. Function 5.
Function 5. No. The key is a. She left. Yes, exactly.
Ask her to. Sorry.
Hello. Ma'am, Rishikesh sir is making a call to you. You can share the PPT, we can present it from here.
We apologize for the delay. I request you all to kindly bear with us for a bit and then we'll resume the session. Thank you.
is in its title, Stories from the Field. I invite you to interrogate what constituted the field and who entered it as a result of the patriarchal colonial imperial roots that we can trace to Europe, the US, Russia, and even Japan. The field, across many disciplines, from the social sciences to the life sciences, is historically and still is a predominantly patriarchal space that must be reconstituted. In so doing, I encourage you to consider the field as an experiential space, a journey of inquiry that goes beyond the physical. I would like to suggest that the field is any space that takes you outside of your immediate reality and gives rise to reflections on the relationship between the self and the non-self to foster a sense of interconnectedness. These are what anthropologists call more than human entanglements. The reconsiderations of the field take us to a place where we must challenge the power dynamics of our research sites, recognizing them as sites of social justice transformation. The field is also a discursive space, which allows us to nourish our imaginations and the creative thought process that is so crucial to addressing the climate crisis. I want to encourage you to think of the field broadly, whether it's actually in communities, in various land or seascapes, and other natural environments, including the laboratory as field, a space that has been regarded as the opposite, as well as any space that has and can nurture your creative imagination, whether from the immediacy of an experiment in a laboratory or even a literary space, moving away from the colonial notion of the field as an adventure, authoritative space of power. In this way, the field becomes a space to nurture human creativity, and the ethnographic stories I will share with you soon overlap multiple types of field spaces. It looks like my slides are trying to get up there. I had a photo in my slide, and my title slide, which is from Guyana, South America, where I'm conversing with Lucknow indigenous peoples, including the local chief and the oldest woman in the community, about climate challenges she faces. We're taking a small break to enjoy one another's company. The second takeaway from my talk pertains to the realm of emotions vis-a-vis intellectual inquiry. In contrast, and we heard this earlier, in contrast to Cartesian dualism, ideas are not devoid of emotion, but profoundly informed by them. I will be addressing the emotion of grief that we feel with respect to the losses of life and suffering on our planet. I will also stress that on the other side of grief is love. We protect what we love, and by holding grief and love together simultaneously, we open up spaces. Thank you very much. You can leave it right there on that first slide. Wonderful. You can see me in that photo, in that first slide, if you can go back to that. That's in Guyana, South America, with the Lucknow chief and the oldest woman in a village in Guyana. So actually what we are talking about, no, go back to the first slide. Please stay on the title slide. Please stay on the title slide. Thank you. Thank you. So I will be addressing the emotion of grief that we feel with respect to the losses of life and suffering on our planet. I will also stress that on the other side of grief, and I just said this, is love. We protect what we love, and by holding grief and love together simultaneously, we open up spaces for the imaginary, for creative fecundity, whereas grief alone can lead to nihilism and inaction. The third point I want you to leave with is that all social justice work is also climate work. This is because the effects of climate crisis, as you know, are not felt equally, and as we also know, are felt most by those least responsible. Navigating the inequities of climate crisis means that approaches to the climate crisis must be social justice oriented. Reducing social injustices makes it more likely that those who suffer most will suffer less because they will be equipped with the necessary skills and pathways to recovery. Today, I focus on gender justice and its connection to climate justice, but there are many forms of injustices that must be indigenous people. In attendance were many Inuits, as well as other Arctic indigenous peoples, such as the Sami people of Northern Europe, as well as researchers from the Arctic and across the world. Critically, indigenous peoples were there as leaders, as thought leaders, as decision makers, and as collaborators. I traveled there to discuss building collaborations with Caribbean Indigenous peoples, whom I've been working with for many years, aiming to create solidarities and share strategies for equitable climate responses that recognize that climate justice requires gender justice, as well as other forms of justice across all marginalizations and oppressions. I left having forged some of those connections as a foundation to build those relationships with Indigenous peoples. Before I went to Greenland, I stopped in Iceland and I visited the Perland Museum, an interactive space featuring the environmental history and contemporary climate realities of Iceland and the broader Arctic's natural ecology. The museum became a spur of the moment field site as I read about how the Arctic is warming at a rate of about 3 to 4 times faster than the global average, something many of us are increasingly aware of as the Arctic becomes a region of intense focus in climate discussions. This is due to a combination of factors, including the loss of reflective sea ice, exposing darker ocean water, which then absorbs more heat, and the geography of an ocean surrounded by land. No, please, go back. I'll tell you when to go to the next slide. Stay on the slide in Greenland, please. Go back. Go back. One more slide. Is this a letter? Okay, you can, yes, we're almost to the next slide. Thank you. So I was talking about the reason why the Arctic is warming faster is due to a combination of factors, the loss of reflective sea ice. This is known as the ice albedo feedback, As sea ice melts, it exposes darker ocean water that absorbs more solar radiation, creating a powerful feedback loop that accelerates warming. The geography also plays a role. The Arctic is a sea surrounded by land, which allows warm air and ocean currents to have a greater impact compared to the Antarctic. Now you can move to the next slide, please. While I was in Iceland, I saw these two slides in the museum, the Perlin Museum, and the slides spoke to the condition of the melting sea ice and the melting glaciers. I'd like to read the letter to the future that you can see. On August 18th, 2019, a group of about 100 people gathered on Oak, an island, a mountain in Caldalore, to unveil a commemorative plaque where the glacier once stood. The plaque is the world's first memorial to a glacier lost to climate change. It is intended to be a warning and a call for action against climate change. The author, Adri Snare Magnusson, was designated to write the commemorative words. Next slide, please. The words on the commemorative plaque read, "Oak is the first Icelandic glacier to lose its status as a glacier. In the next 200 years, all our glaciers are expected to follow the same path. This monument is to acknowledge that we know what is happening and what needs to be done. Only you know, those in the future, if we did it." The next slide, please. What this slide shows is 3 stages of the melting glacier, first from 1990, then to 2003, and then to 2018. Okay, now you can move to the next slide. Thank you. On a boat trip then after the conference, and this is now Greenland, I hope you can see that clearly. After the conference ended, with delegates, we went into the fjords. Fjords are those bodies of water surrounded by mountains on either side. We saw massive pieces of sea ice, many of them coated with dirt. The presence of dirt on the sea ice indicates the accumulation of particles like black carbon and dust that have been blown onto the ice sheet. These impurities reduce the ice's ability to reflect sunlight and increases the ice's absorption of solar energy, leading to faster melting during the summer months. This phenomenon is the result, as we know, of climate change and is a significant factor in the rapid melting of the Greenland ice sheet, contributing to global sea level rise. Please go to the next slide. A colleague stood with me, leaning on the rail of the boat. You can see the boat in the background there, looking out at this vast, beautiful, transforming land and seascape, and said, "This is an extinction tour." Of course, I knew what we were looking at, and before she said those words, I had been gazing at this remarkable view, awed by its magnificence, while simultaneously feeling a deep ache in my gut, understanding that they were huge pieces of icebergs collapsing into the sea. There was something brave about my colleague, a geologist, saying this, but there shouldn't be. The bravery is in the openness, the declaration of this stark reality, the demand that we face and articulate what we are witnessing, what so many are more than witnessing, what they are living as they become climate refugees with sea level rise, homes destroyed, also in floods, and in many places in fires. When I say so many are more than witnessing but living, I refer in that so many not only to human beings, but to all living beings on our planet. We must declare these realities. We must include all species in our thinking, as we heard earlier, as part of the Indian philosophy. We must declare these realities. We must insist that this climate crisis involves suffering of all beings. Again, the flip side of this suffering and grief is love. I've been thinking about the idea of an extinction tour ever since. A few weeks ago, catching up with an old friend, she said, "The birds are disappearing. We're all depressed." I nodded, acknowledging her grief, a grief that I'm sure many, if not all of you, carry with you. Without presenting a nostalgic and idealized perspective, I'd like to now turn to what a vast majority of the indigenous peoples of the world shares as a worldview. Next slide, please. It's a worldview of interconnectedness that is increasingly being recognized and which needs to be amplified from across all our institutions, in the home, schools, starting with our children and our youth. The Lakota people and indigenous peoples of North America, which is known as Turtle Island to those indigenous peoples, have a word for this. It is called Mitokweyasin, and it means all our relations. All humans, all animals, all plants, all the waters, the soil, the stories, the stones, the mountains, the grasslands, the winds, the clouds and storms, the sun and the moon, stars and planets are our relations, and we are relations to one another. We are connected to each other in multiple and vital ways. When one is in pain, all are harmed. When there is justice for one, there is more justice for all. This idea of all our relations stresses kinship, and we all know that in our kin relations, we have obligations to one another. This spells out the obligations we have to all beings on the planet. Next slide, please. I now want to make a transition to talking about my work in the Caribbean. I've been working there for 35 years. What you see on this image are various scenes of climate crisis. On the bottom left corner, what you see is a beach choking with sargasso seaweed, preventing fisher folk from earning a viable livelihood. The tourist industry is suffering as a result. When I first went to the region, first to Jamaica in 1991 as a graduate student, there were two relatively predictable seasons, the rainy season and the dry season. Not only are those seasons radically upended, but as I'm sure you're aware, the strength of hurricanes, of typhoons, of Hurricane Melissa just ripped through Jamaica and Cuba. This is not news to you. All of you are seeing images of climate crisis, unfolding destructions from recent floods, excuse me, in Pakistan, Sri Lanka, Indonesia, along with the increasing power of typhoons, melting snows in the Himalayas, fires in Australia and Canada and the Northwest United States, to great unbearable heat waves that I know you're familiar with. Amitabh Bahar, the executive director of Oxfam International, recently said, quote, "The climate crisis is an inequality crisis. The very richest individuals in the world are funding and profiting from climate destruction, leaving the global majority to bear the fatal consequences of their unchecked power," close quote. The inequality creates dangerous feedbacks. The more wealth is accumulated in a few hands, the more responsibility for the climate crisis is concentrated among a small number of powerful individuals who use their money and influence to deny, delay, and distract from emissions reductions. The planet's super rich, especially from the US, are running down the planet's safe climate spaces. Data shows that the wealthiest 0.1% of the US burn carbon at 4,000 times the rate of the world's poorest 10%. We will all feel the effects of climate change, but we will not feel those impacts equally. Increased natural disasters, food insecurity, lack of access to potable water, high temperatures, and increased air pollution will considerably impact our most vulnerable populations. So we mourn. We mourn the changes before us. We mourn the exacerbated inequality. But if this mourning leads to nihilistic inaction, to helplessness, then we have no hope. Again, the flip side of grief is love. In feeling the grief of what is happening to this planet, we also feel powerfully the love we have for our planet home, all our kin, all our relations, and we are moved to protect what we love and those whom we feel kinship with. Next slide, please. Now I'm going to move to discussing the gender justice, climate justice nexus. I'm going to address what is gender justice and what is climate justice, what are obstacles to gender justice, what is the nexus between gender and climate justice, and building solidarities for resilience through feminist decolonial partnerships. How can they advance gender justice and climate justice? Next slide, please. What is gender justice? Gender justice refers to the ongoing efforts to achieve fair and equitable treatment of individuals of all genders in social, economic, political, and legal contexts. Gender justice seeks to address historical and ongoing disparities and discrimination based on gender, striving for a more just and equal society where all individuals have equal rights, opportunities, and access to resources, regardless of their gender identity or expression. I should say gender is not a code word for women. Gender refers to women, men, and non-binary genders, as well as transgender persons. And while that is the case, in my talk, I am going to be focusing predominantly on women. Next slide, please. This image comes from the University of California Center for Climate Justice, and it shows 6 pillars of climate justice. I'm going to, due to time, just focus on the top, which shows social, racial, and environmental justice. Now, racial justice, of course, refers to the context of the space of the United States, it's important to emphasize that every space has its particular social injustices, whether it's caste, religion, as well as sexuality, gender, class, etc. Here they focused on social, racial, and environmental justice as one pillar. The other pillars are important as well. They have to do with education, indigenous knowledge, and disseminating of awareness of how to respond to climate crisis. Let me now move to the next slide, please. 3 major obstacles to gender justice. While we know, next slide, please. While we know that we must have gender justice in order to have equitable responses to the climate crisis, we must also solve the challenges to gender justice. Otherwise, we won't have climate justice. One of the most pervasive ongoing issues that sustains gender injustice is violence against women. As some of you may be aware, globally, approximately 1/3 of all women endure violence at least once in their life. The most prevalent form of violence against women globally is intimate partner violence. Women know. Many forms of violence exist, such as physical, increasingly technologically facilitated violence, such as that's online violence in cyberspaces, psychological violence, economic violence, and we know there's gender-based violence against LGBTQ persons, against children, against vulnerable men. But the largest percentage of people who suffer from gender-based violence are women and in intimate partner violence. Another obstacle is the global gender gap of governance. It's critical to include women in national action plans on climate change, elevating women's leadership in natural resource governance. Women's lack of gender equity in agriculture, water access, urban design, and climate insurance literacy programs reduces the viability of climate action plans. So by including women in governance, we increase the likelihood that those climate action plans are going to be gender just. And last, well, it's not the only one, but these are the 3 that I've chosen to highlight, which have come to my attention over the decades of work I've done with women globally on issues of gender justice. women's restricted participation in the workforce, and their burdens in the care economy. The burdens of domestic labor, childcare, care for the sick, sustaining family bonds, cooking, cleaning, channeling women into low-wage, precarious jobs in sectors such as caregiving, jobs that are seen to be extensions of women's gender roles, for example, and especially in the unorganized sector, reinforces their economic dependence and limits their opportunities for economic independence and the subsequent decision-making agency that comes with it. Restricted workforce participation conveys the expectation that women are primary caregivers, limiting their ability to pursue education, training, and full-time, higher-paying employment, and therefore to participate in the governance that is needed. Next slide, please. Women's vulnerability in the climate crisis. I'll just briefly mention this. Because of these three variables that I just mentioned, women and girls are more vulnerable to the effects of climate change and environmental degradation. They're more likely to die than men in natural and man-made environmental disasters. When resources are scarce due to drought or deforestation, women have been subjected to sextortion for water, food, and other essential resources. Women and children spend increasing numbers of hours collecting water. And that also has an effect on their physical bodies and the stress on their musculoskeletal structure. According to the World Economic Forum, less than 20% of land in the world is owned by women. As a result, women's livelihoods take longer to recover after economic and climate shocks. In Jamaica, I offer some examples here, but this is not the only place where we see there are changing laws around inheritance in Jamaica, but nonetheless, men tend to have greater access to the ownership and use of land resources than do women. This is due to the fact that only male heads of households are perceived to be the ones responsible for the sustenance of their family and therefore benefit from land settlement schemes, granting access to land resources. Jamaican law is changing, but de facto tradition creates obstacles to women's financial independence. And so these kinds of stereotypes must change, and knowledge of women's rights also has to increase so that women know and can defend their access to land that they can also protect to reduce their vulnerability. Next slide, please. This is, I'll just move very quickly through this, but this is a useful, I think, image that depicts gendered climate insecurity, where you have women who are facing increased insecurity because of violence and inequality. And so when we heal these issues, when we address these inequalities, when we find ways to reduce and hopefully eventually eliminate these forms of violence against women, then we will have increased security, climate security of women, which means increased climate security for all. All right, now I'd like to move in the next slide to the final section of my presentation, where I delve into decolonial feminist collaborations as a method that I've developed for building solidarities across our differences. I've been working on these for decades now, and I will talk you through what these are with the hopes that you can also develop them, and maybe some of you are already working on building solidarities across your differences. This can be adapted to your own spaces. I'll share some examples and then I'll share a few instances of my own work. I draw the idea of the term partner from an African feminist scholar named Nkiru Ngezu. She defines partners as the relationship where two or more groups of people who may occupy different sociocultural classes have chosen to work collaboratively in a communal effort to attain a common goal. This is crucial for those of us in academia and in policymaking spheres and governance, because we must reach across our class, our caste, our religious, our socioeconomic distinctions to work with the most marginalized groups in building these collaborative partnerships. That is not an easy thing to do. And so I have identified five principles of these collaborative partnerships that I have sought to enact throughout many decades. The first is that we must build caring relationships, not just going into communities and collecting knowledge from others who live that knowledge and use it to publish our own papers, but to instead create deep interpersonal dynamics as a foundation for political action. Second, listening and learning, decentering neoliberal linear ways of knowing. So being open to these ideas of interconnectedness for those of us who may not be familiar with those in our own worldviews, these all my relations, this web of life that many people, especially indigenous peoples, take as their foundational worldviews. Thinking together and writing together, co-authorship, grant writing, travel to conferences, disrupting academic success measures such as single author publishing, creating opportunities for all of these to create inclusive spaces so the voices of those who are most marginalized, who are suffering climate inequities the most, become present in all of our spaces. We will have disagreements. They must be respectful and they must not be glossed over. But if we've built these caring relationships, then it's possible to navigate those difficult disagreements. And ongoing self-reflexivity, evaluation of our own roles and dynamics. And if we can go to the next slide, I want to share with you the importance of self-reflexivity, as well as some other features of decolonizing research and building solidarities. These start with self-reflexivity, looking at our own selves, our own ways of thinking and learning, of knowing. And this idea of self-reflexivity is a tenet of feminist praxis. When we talk about self-reflexive inquiry with respect to decolonizing knowledge, we must peel back the layers of colonization to look at our own true selves. This is a lifelong process of understanding how colonial ideologies have informed our own understandings, our own ways of knowing. In doing this, we must interrogate our worldviews and ask ourselves the questions: how do we define our place in the world? Is it a hierarchical way of seeing human beings at the top of the chain, or is it an interconnected way of understanding our interdependence? Do we know the world through science, religion, spirituality, kinship, nature, culture, language, a combination of all of these? I have the image of the Earth from the moon up on the top left-hand corner to show how technology and the moon landing radically transformed our understanding of planet Earth. It introduced the concept of spaceship Earth, that we are all in this together on this tiny blue planet. We also must look at the nature of epistemology, how we know what we know, what are the knowledge systems that have informed us. All cultures have their own knowledge systems. And when we work to build these collaborative solidarities, we must recognize that people are coming together across different knowledge spaces and that we have arrived at conclusions from different epistemologies. And how can we build crossing epistemologies that come to shared understandings? We can do that in part through our positionalities by recognizing that we see or perceive the world from somewhere. I say see in quotations because that is a linguistic terminology of a framework that equates seeing with knowing. Some indigenous peoples don't use the verb to see in relationship with knowing. They might use a verb to feel or some other word that also is reflective linguistically of their epistemology. Decolonizing the self is a first step in decolonizing research, where we interpret, shift, and make sense of ourselves through received knowledge systems in the process of reconstructing our ways of knowing, which is critical in these solidarities, these feminist decolonial partnerships. On the bottom left hand of the screen, you see Aboriginal Indigenous girls and women from Australia working on a science experiment to understand the reduction of water resources, and they are in the field. So they are creating their own field space there, as I referred to earlier. Now I turn to some examples. Next slide, please. Of building solidarities that I have experienced. I only have time to give you one example. In this slide, I show a few of the ones that I've cultivated over the years. In the top left-hand corner, I'm in Nepal with women who are artists, who work on Mithila art, folk art, as many of you in India are familiar with, from the border, where they are using their art forms to tell stories about the 2015 constitution in Nepal that outlaws child marriage. I traveled to Nepal to understand their work and to help create more workshops for women who can learn about Mithila art and learn about their rights and combine the two in their art forms. On the bottom right-hand corner, I am with two women from the Gulf states of Kuwait and I'm not sure, I can't remember. I think one is from Lebanon. One woman is from Lebanon. And I was in Kuwait at a women's disability conference where we sought to build greater awareness of the challenges that women with disabilities face and to make recommendations to the UN Special Rapporteur on the rights of people with disabilities. That's another kind of partnership. Again, all social justice work is climate justice work, because when we build pathways for reducing vulnerabilities and marginalities, we build resilience towards the climate crisis. The last picture is in Jamaica, and I turn to that now, where I'm going to talk about my work with a group of people known as Maroons. Next slide, please. You see here myself pictured with two women who are Maroons from Jamaica. Maroons are people who are descendant from self-liberated enslaved Africans who escaped enslavement and built free communities in the mountains and the forests starting in the early 1700s. They could even be called the first free states even before the Haitian Revolution, the first free African states before the Haitian Revolution. The scholarship is finally starting to recognize this now. And I have worked with these women to try to build solidarity across different spaces. If you go to the next slide, you see that we are in Trinidad here, and what is happening in the solidarity is that I have been working as an academic partner with a women-led social movement of Maroons. Maroons who have existed wherever there was African enslavement have been seeking since 2014 to unite across the Caribbean region to build their own solidarity and to be recognized as Indigenous peoples, not First Peoples, but Indigenous peoples, carrying Indigenous African knowledge with them about their relationships with the environment, their spiritualities, the nature of their social organization into Caribbean spaces. So in the Caribbean, there's a movement now to disentangle Indigenous from First Peoples. African Maroons are Indigenous, but they're not First Peoples. Although in their escape from enslavement, many of them intermarried with First Peoples of the region and learned how to survive in the hinterlands with those First Peoples. This is an opening ceremony in Trinidad with the First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago and some of the Maroons of the region. Next slide, please. This collaboration that I speak of began at my kitchen table in 2017. Bridgewater State University is seeking to decolonize itself, and as part of Latin American and Caribbean Carnival. We honored Indigenous women of the Caribbean and invited these two women here on the left. This is the woman in the blue is the Queen of the Maroons of Jamaica and the diaspora. Her name is Gama Mama G. And the woman in the middle, Akila Jaramogi, is a chief of the Maroons of Trinidad and Tobago. The woman on the right is Fidelia Grand Galon from Suriname, a Maroon who first had the idea of uniting Maroons around the region. They invited me to work together with them as an academic partner. And as Akila and Gama Mama G and I sat around my kitchen table, which is often called kitchen table feminism, because women often birth ideas around in the kitchen in spaces that are considered domestic spheres, but often gives rise to transformations in social and political spaces. We had the idea of traveling around the region and introducing the concept of uniting the Maroons of the diaspora, traveling to the United Nations, and presenting Maroons as Indigenous peoples. Next slide, please. I'm going to move quickly through this because I know my time is coming, but one of the features of this movement that they have emphasized is their Indigenous knowledge and the importance of how this knowledge stems from their roles, from their experiences, and from their work in their own kitchen gardens, in their fields, connecting them with all living beings on the planet. In the next slide, this is witnessed. Next slide, please. This is witnessed by Akila Jaramogi, the American Maroon. That's the title of the group that she's from, the Americans. And she talks about these gender and climate justice intersections. She says, climate justice and gender justice are related. Women and girls are among the most vulnerable groups due to systemic violence. Women's work burdens and lower rates of pay reduce their financial stability. As a result, they are highly vulnerable to environmental disasters associated with the growing climate crisis. Traditional knowledge, education, spirituality, and ways of networking and advocating for change all can help to mitigate the exposure to disasters and assist in the recovery from the climate emergencies that threaten lives and livelihoods globally. She is speaking here from her forest. She and her late husband transformed a large area of degraded land into an agroforestry community, planting over 100,000 trees. She's known as the Wangari Maathai who's from Kenya, of Trinidad. And so she speaks from lived experience. Next slide, please. We then enacted this partnership, traveling together to Suriname. We went down rivers in boats. We met with Maroon communities. Next slide, please. We met in community centers. You can see in the bottom left there, I'm giving a talk about the importance of Maroons being recognized as Indigenous Africans in the Caribbean, and the importance of traveling to the United Nations to be recognized as Indigenous peoples so that they can be privy to the rights that are within the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, harnessing their rights to protect their lands, their waters, and their cultural and spiritual knowledges. Next slide, please. One of the most important aspects of this movement is their agency in creating political documents for themselves. They've created a declaration of Indigenous people status of the Maroons of the Western Hemisphere, and this shows the signing of this document, bringing together Maroon communities. And here it is in Suriname, but by now there have been 15 or 16 countries that have signed this declaration from the grassroots up. Next slide, please. I want to now share with you some features, some articles of this declaration that pertain to the climate crisis and gender. You can see on the slide there, we declare the right to defend our forests, flora, and fauna, the natural environment, to mitigate the growing climate crisis, that Maroons globally continue to contribute to the protection, rehabilitation, and care for our natural environment, and also be supported in our efforts to address climate crisis before, during, and after natural and man-made disasters strike. Article 20 reads, we declare that resources are available to build the capacity within our own maroon communities globally to address readiness and preparedness to ensure that vulnerable maroon communities and marginalized groups are taken care of. Nobody should be left behind. This is Indigenous knowledge. It's speaking to all the points that I've mentioned about marginality and the right to control one's own resources and land. And last, the last point in the declaration, Article 21, we stand in defense of women and girls and by extension, the Maroon family. We declare that these are initial and minimum declaration of the rights of the Maroon descendants of the indigenous peoples of Africa, that we possess both individually and collectively, the rights to the full enjoyment of life, liberty, and freedom, equality, and justice, and to all other human rights and fundamental freedoms. This is governance from the ground up, declaring an agency and taking the power of the community and scaling it up. This declaration was delivered to the United Nations Human Rights Commission as a fundamental feature of the Maroon movement for unity and self-determination. Next slide, please. Just moving through this quickly. This is an example. This is at the United Nations, where they presented the struggles that their community is going through and their desire to be recognized as Indigenous. Next slide, please. They have been organizing outside of these formal spaces within their own communities. This is an opening smoke ceremony on the island of Dominica, the indigenous name Waitu Kabuli. It's where they are honoring the first peoples and they are recognizing their indebtedness to First Peoples and surviving enslavement. Next slide, please. This shows a solidarity between the Kalanago shaman, who is a leader who led the smoke ceremony, and an indigenous Garifuna woman from Belize. Garifuna people are people who created an entirely new culture out of African and Kalanago First Peoples in the early 18th century. And they are coming together to recognize their shared indigeneity. Next slide, please. After the smoke ceremony, we all met at a gathering space and we discussed the way forward. Here we're seeing this is the field. This is building hope. This is recognizing the love that we all share from across our differences to also feel that we can work together across our differences. The next slide, please. This is also another ritual. Rituals are important. This is a square, a market square on the island of Dominica, where Maroons who were hunted down by colonial soldiers were hung. And here we are giving a special ritual, recognizing their sacrifice, that their declarations of freedom led to Maroons existing today to continue the legacy and the call of their ancestors to pursue their freedoms and their survival in this time of climate crisis. Next slide, please. I'm almost finished. Other forms of solidarity building have pulled together levels of governance and grassroots work. Here, when I was working in Jamaica for a few years on leave from my university as a director for the Institute for Gender of Development Studies at the University of the West Indies. And in that capacity, I invited the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, Mr. Khalid Say, to come to Jamaica. Here he is with the Honorable Minister of Culture, Minister Grange, and Akila Jaramogi, where he came to study Indigenous communities of Jamaica and make a case for maroon indigeneity. Next slide, please. This just shows us traveling together on the bus. These are images of solidarity building. That's why I'm showing you these pictures, so that you can see us working together, coming from different spaces to try to create these collaborative social movement actions. Next slide, please. This also shows other examples of building unity. On the far left, you see the Taino chief and his wife and their daughter, the chief of the Taino people of Jamaica. We are traveling throughout the island, visiting the different indigenous communities. The next slide, please. And here, a closing smoke ceremony in Chaguaramas, Trinidad, with the chief of the First Peoples of Trinidad and Tobago, where we held another gathering. So every year there's been some kind of gathering coming together across these 15 island spaces of grassroots people, academics, policymakers, people in governance, and spiritual leaders. Let me now move to my conclusion and the next slide and ask a question. How can we collaborate to work together, to listen to each other, to speak powerfully in shared spaces with one voice, so that this voice reverberates from every corner of the planet? It is already starting. We are here, are we not? In my next slide, I would like to make a plea. This is my final slide. This is a plea to recognize that projects are never neutral in the way they are designed or in their social impact, as they reflect, among other things, the implementing organization's values and priorities. Projects assumed to follow neutral approaches fail to address the specific needs of gender groups, and I should say any other marginalized group that you are working with, and the constraints they face, leading to their concerns being overlooked and the potential to increase existing inequalities. Our goal is to reduce inequalities, to work towards social justice as a foundation for climate justice. And I invite you all to pursue this pathway, build your own collaborative networks, form your solidarities, and think of yourself in relation, in kinship, moving from grief to love to protect all that we love. Thank you very much.
Hello? Okay. Can you hear me, Diana? If so, raise your hand. Thank you. I don't know whether Professor Diana Fox can hear me. I don't think. Diana? Hi, Diana. Can you hear me from there? Okay. Can you hear me, Diana? Okay. So thank you very, very much on behalf of this collective assembly here for delivering this beautiful and very, very dense, intense speech, opening speech of our about epistemologies. But a glacier can be a theory. The body of a woman can be a theory. The body of a collective body can be a theory, as a matter of fact. So we have seen communities that theorize while they act. And I'm really very, very impressed by your ability to help these communities to see themselves, actually, even though, of course, they see themselves very clearly, but you introduce also another perspective that might also act as a sort of reactant, sort of, I don't know, of trigger also to see their own, also to measure their own agency. And this is a very, very important point. And I really think that the statement that you quoted by Iya Akila Jaramaji, I hope I pronounce her name in a correct way, is really the perfect synthesis of your also of your idea of this interconnectedness of so many layers of justice. So what you say is that we really need an embodied idea of justice, because it doesn't really matter to have abstract values when we ignore these interconnected spheres of gender justice, climate justice, and also epistemic justice. So we need really to decolonize epistemologies and also to overcome, as Miranda Fricker says, this epistemic injustice, which is also a testimonial injustice, because we ignore those who are actually the victims of a system of interconnected injustices. So I have by thanking you, I have a couple of questions, and then I can open the floor for further discussions. So I would like to ask you, first, you have worked with many communities. You have worked with Jamaica, Caribbean communities, other indigenous communities. You also quote Native American communities. You went to Norway and met with the Inuit people there. And at the end of your presentation, you were you were showing us your connections to the Maroon people. So I would like to know what are the points of contact and the differences that you noticed between these different networks, these different communities, and if there is, if they are in a conversation, if there is a network that unites them. And actually, is there the risk of collapsing their difference when we talk about all of them in a general framework? This is also a question. And I would also like to know what the reactions of the Maroon people were to your talk when you addressed the need to recognize their agency at the UN. I would like to know their reactions. And finally, sorry. Yes. And finally, so at the end, you talk about finding one voice. We cannot hear your voice. Can you unmute yourself? We cannot hear you, unfortunately. I don't know what happens. The sound is low, but actually you are muted. Are you muted? I don't know. Apparently we have something like a technical problem. Sorry, that was a very, very emotionally loaded talk. I don't have a solution. What shall I do?
Sorry for what? Let her configure. Can I continue? Can I continue with the moderation? Let her configure what you've said.
Okay. I think I'm finishing. So the last thing I was saying that you expressed the need to find one voice at the end in your semi-final slide, one voice for these communities. But can we perhaps think also in decolonial terms to another metaphor? Because perhaps one voice would also, I think, perpetuate the need to congeal and to collapse all the positions in one. Perhaps we can find also another metaphor that allows for bigger plurality What do you think? Sorry to say that it's impossible to hear.
Ma'am, she's asking to type the question.
To type the question. Oh.
Then we have a
Yes. Okay, but
you would be able to hear you. Ask her, are you audible? Ask her.
why don't you? I mean, why don't we perhaps take questions from the chat while we are, because otherwise. Yes, yeah. Or we can take a.
I think you are audible to her. Ask her because I'm very
Can you hear me? You hear me? Okay. Okay.
Ask her to unmute herself.
Can you unmute yourself?
She's on.
Perfect. Okay, you can respond if you have heard the questions.
No, I can hear you now. So I couldn't hear you before, but I can hear you now. So if you can speak when you're speaking, then I can
Okay.
speak from where you were. Yeah, thank you.
Given the brilliant talk that actually has invited us to think in a decolonial mode, which is a new language to be learned for everybody. So I was saying that first of all, my curiosity is about the reactions of the Maroon people about your speech when you delivered the speech. That you have also now I mean, that you have illustrated to us. So what were the reactions about you speaking on their behalf? If there was a speech in their, or anyway, speaking about them and their, and the necessity to acknowledge their agency in the framework of the UN. And so I was also thinking, I have another question. So you have worked with so many communities and done, I mean, you have pursued such brilliant projects and encounters you have had. So I would be very curious to know how were the difference and the points of contact that you have experienced by working with them, with these communities. And if you think that the way we try to see their stories together is not something that actually is a risky way to collapse the difference that they have. And finally, very briefly, you said that we need to find one voice. And I think that it's absolutely crucial to find efficient and effective ways to, I mean, to also to carry our struggle. But don't you think that the metaphor of a voice and of one voice can be risky also? We go on a slippery slope because one voice, and perhaps you said that the idea, I mean, the vision, seeing is not the appropriate metaphor. Perhaps also voice is not the appropriate metaphor. Perhaps we should find a more, a more plural way to express this, the means of, I mean, of this struggle. I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, those are very, very good questions. The reason I was able to speak at the gatherings in Suriname, other places where we've traveled, where I traveled with the women leaders who are forging the movement, is because of the relationships that I've built, relationships of trust. And when we first started organizing together from my kitchen table and then went to the Jamaica conference in 2017, we gathered together the leaders of the communities, and Fidelia Grant Galan, the leader from the Maroon woman leader from Suriname, spoke to the leaders of the communities in Jamaica and explained that this is what we wanted to do. And she essentially asked for their blessing. And she also talked about, and they all talked in their different spaces about the importance of working across different spheres of society and the value of harnessing academia because of its institutional frameworks and opportunities. So for example, the United Nations only permits universities to attend these forums as well as NGOs that have ECOSAC status, as you may know, economic, social, status, and it's a long process of applying. And so the organization, the United Maroon Indigenous Peoples, hadn't yet had that status. And so I was able to use my university to register all of the attendees for the United Nations. So my role was specified and clear. And because I teach about the anthropology of human rights, and I am familiar with the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, I was asked to articulate what that is. Now, when we go into different communities and there are people who are hearing of this for the first time, in fact, when we went to some of the communities in deep in the forest of Suriname, some of the other Maroons didn't know that there were other Maroons in other parts of the Caribbean. So, and so there was a whole process that we had to go through. First, Gama Mamaji, who's a spiritual leader, offered a spiritual a connection with the people who were there, and that was foundational. That had to happen. There were a series of protocols that had to be followed, just as you did here today at the opening of this conference. A series of protocols that had to be laid down and followed before I could then speak. I was last, and that was really important to show the respect for the cultural purviews. And of course, people asked very important and interesting questions. How can the UN help us? The UN is a colonial organization, right? The UN was forged after World War II in this way, and it remains colonial. And so I was able to explain that the UN is also in the process of trying to decolonize itself. The Indigenous Peoples Movement is a very complex one, but it is opening up spaces, as are many other spaces in the UN, to try to amplify the voices of the marginal. So I think through that process, which is again, I'm reducing it to a nutshell. There were complexities. There were people who didn't think that originally that I should be part of it. That who am I? Without knowing anything about me or my background, but just from my skin tone, that maybe who am I to be speaking with African descended women, but because of um, the sort of vote of confidence that I have been given through leaders who I've worked very hard to form relationships with, people were willing to listen to me. So I don't take for granted my ability to speak everywhere and openly. I understand that I have to build relationships everywhere I go, that I have to build those forms of trust. So that's that. I hope that answers on some level your question. There's a lot more I could say about it. In terms of the next question about, gosh, it escapes me now. It's almost 3 a.m. The second part, yeah. This. Oh, the one voice, right. So it's really important, and as you say, and thank you for that, that we don't, in speaking about one voice, that we use the metaphors of our own language, right? So maybe there are other ways of saying it from other places, and in saying one voice, I don't mean to erase or to invisibilize the differences. There is diversity within unity. There are many models of this from many indigenous peoples, for example, the famous Iroquois Confederacy of the Five Nations of upstate New York. There are many models in which different groupings come together under an umbrella. And that umbrella is not intended to flatten, to reduce, to marginalize, but to create pathways for articulating and expressing one's position within one's space, but under the larger framework of protecting the planet, right? So if we define what the umbrella is and we give opportunity for the diversity within the unity, then we're not erasing. And I'll just say one more thing about this. The idea of voice is a kind of privileging. There are there are some communities, indigenous communities, because those are the ones I work with most, where women use silence as voice. Not speaking has symbolic meaning. It's not an erasure, it's a form of power. So we have to pay attention to the modes of communication that are valued in different spaces. And maybe in some spaces it's body paint. Maybe in some space, with symbols. There are all kinds of ways of expressing and sharing and communicating, and voice doesn't necessarily have to be speech.
Important area. Yes, and the fourth issue that she brought about was feministic climatic conditions. Even that is a very important thing that she pointed out. The natural ecology that she talked about. लेकिन ये सब भारतीयों के लिए नया नहीं है. मैं फिर से कहूँगी, हमारे वेदों ने, हमारे पुराणों ने, हमारे I'm just referring to the Vedic studies in India, and since you have been very much interested in the indigenous knowledge systems, I think that indigenous knowledge systems should be studied not only of India, but of small tribes throughout the world, especially of India, because that carries the crux of the climatic, changes and how climate must be dealt with, how sustainability can be achieved. That is one thing that can be taught through indigenous knowledge systems. So it is very, very important. We Indians bear the theory of Sarve Bhavantu Sukhina. Om, may all beings be happy. Sarve Santu Niramaya, may all be free from illness and be healthy. Sarve Bhadrani Pashyantu, may all see what is auspicious and good. Then, Ma Kaschit Dukhabhye Bhavet, may no one suffer, have a share in sorrow. And Om, Shanti, 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 Shanti. We are peace lovers. We have produced people like Mahatma Gandhi, who have given the nations across the world the United Nations also, the very thought of peace throughout the world, non-violence, the strength of non-violence. So the strength of sustainability, if it has to be studied, how nature can, sustain, human beings can sustain. She said a very important point that all planets, all animals, all natural resources, and all humankinds are connected. That is the very idea of our indigenous knowledge systems. So I promote those studies. And of course, the Indian philosophy, since you're an environmental philosophist, I would suggest that you must, interact more with Indian philosophers also and anthropologists also, because I think anthropology is one subject which can be connected to every other subject in the world, and it is one of the major strengths and that is there in the world. So thank you very much. That was a very interesting paper, Professor.
नेक्स्ट शुरू होने वाला
Thank you again, Diana. Thank you so much for this insightful talk. And now we can follow on with the program.
I would like to thank Professor Diana once again for that deeply insightful talk. Despite the initial interruptions, we still managed to have a very, very insightful conversation and discussion regarding climate change. And her deliberations on climate change interspersed with grief, feminism, inequality, and gender based violence were extremely alarming and poignant at the same time. Now we move on to the plenary session by Professor Jonathan Pugh from Newcastle University, UK. Again, it's going to be a virtual session. Professor Pugh will deliver a talk on 3 ways of thinking with islandness in contemporary critique. The session will be chaired by Professor Dhruv Sen Singh, Head, Department of Geology, University of Lucknow, and the session will be moderated by Dr. Ritu Jain, Department of Geography, National PG College. I request Professor Dhruv Sen Singh and Dr. Ritu Jain to come on stage, please.
Professor Dhruv Sen sir will chair the session and Rituji is the moderator of this session. Please.
Respected Chair, Professor Dhruv Singh sir, eminent speakers, distinguished delegates, colleagues, and dear participants, a very good afternoon to everyone. On behalf of the organizing committee, it is my privilege to welcome you all to this plenary talk session, which forms a key intellectual segment of today's conference. At the outset, I would like to respectively acknowledge and welcome the chair of the plenary session, Professor Dhruv Sen Singh sir, whose scholarly contributions and academic leadership have been a source of guidance and inspiration for many of us. We are grateful to you, sir. The plenary session today brings together critical theoretical perspectives and applies policy oriented insights. So, in this session, it is our honor for me to introduce our plenary speaker, Professor Jonathan Pugh from Newcastle University, United Kingdom. Professor Pugh is internationally acclaimed scholar. Today, Professor Pugh will speak on 3 ways of thinking with the islandness in contemporary critique. I welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Sir, you are not audible. Professor Pugh, you are not audible. Kindly message what is the problem.
Addressing the kind of key question or title of the conference, the geopolitics of climate change, the genesis, ecological doom loops. What my eye to attention was this word divide. How is it that the Anthropocene is registered? What geographies and geographical forms seem to do work for amplifying it? I'm sorry I can't be with you today to present in person. I'm sure you're having a really interesting time. Sounds a great conference. So when I was asked to contribute and give a talk addressing the kind of key question or title of the conference, the geopolitics of climate change, the genesis of the amplified ecological doom loops. What brought my eye to attention was this word amplified. How is it that the Anthropocene is registered? What geographies and geographical forms seem to do work for amplifying how we think about the Anthropocene and Anthropocene thinking? Now, obviously, I immediately thought, as a emeritus professor of island studies, that arguably one of the key geographical figures of the Anthropocene is, of course, the figure of the small island. it seems to somehow kind of amplify and register all the kind of concerns we have about the Anthropocene, about how there's kind of no way anymore in the Anthropocene, that everything in the world is always already within global warming. So that's nicely illustrated by this figure of the small island that's perhaps in the middle of Oceania, in the middle of the Pacific, and yet it's all already within the Anthropocene. There's no way. Nothing's not affected by global warming. And this is in fact kind of, I guess, the key kind of project I've had over the last 10 to 15 years. And that's been to kind of register how the island isn't simply symbolic of global warming, climate change, how the planet's going to hell in a handcart, but how the figure of the island becomes actually generative for amplifying ways in which contemporary Western thought is kind of approaching the Anthropocene. And so what I want to do in this 30-minute talk is engage with a book that I wrote a couple of years ago with David Chandler called Anthropocene Islands, Entangled Worlds. The book's open access from Westminster University Press, so you can just download it from Westminster University Press for free. And what the book does is, as I say, sit within a broader Anthropocene Islands project that over the last 10 years has examined thinking with islands and how this has become really profoundly generative for broader contemporary Anthropocene theory. So I guess my point is, small islands punch way above their weight when we think about the geopolitics of climate change and amplified ecological doom loops. Now, what the Anthropocene Islands Project does is it doesn't simply talk about islands as empirical sites of vulnerability or climate. Rather, as I say, it asks why islands have become so conceptually productive across the sciences, social sciences, humanities, arts, and policy worlds in Anthropocene thinking. Now, of course, as a white Western scholar, I wouldn't presume to say how islands are being thought of in the global south in non-Western contexts. What I'm focusing upon here is how the figure of the island becomes generative for Western approaches to thinking about the Anthropocene. So one of the bold claims that I think the Anthropocene Islands project starts off with is that there are only islands after the end of the world. So what do I mean by this? Well, many Anthropocene scholars describe themselves as writing after the end of the world. I don't think they're normally talking about apocalypse, although of course the Anthropocene does invoke such imaginaries. I think what they're really talking about, certainly from a Western perspective, is about a profound crisis of faith in modern Western frameworks of reasoning. Frameworks that assumed the world could be grasped by a kind of coherent modern subject that was separated out from nature and that could govern it through linear causality and universal laws. This old idea of the modern subject, the human nature, mind, body, subject, object divides, where the white Western man stands above the world and commands and controls it. I think it's fair to say that within Western critical thought and also international policy making, there is really quite a kind of kickback against the hubris of modern man. So in the Anthropocene, and particularly in debates about the Anthropocene, these assumptions, of course, no longer hold. Relational entanglements between humans, non-humans, environment, technologies, and histories are now understood to be too complex, too lively, too non-linear to be managed in modern ways. Indeed, I think it would be fair to say that relational entanglement has become the central problematic of contemporary Anthropocene thinking. Crucially, Anthropocene thinking, of course, does not develop in abstraction. It develops in my interest anyway, through engagement with particular geographical forms. We don't just think about the Anthropocene in separate from the world and its geographies, we actually often think through geographies to kind of draw out the stakes. And as I say, I think it's fair to say that islands have emerged as especially powerful sites for working through this relational problematic. Now, islands are often described as isolated or insular, but nothing, of course, is literally cut off. The reason why islands have become so generative for Anthropocene thinking is precisely because they foreground the intensification of relation and relational entanglements, of how global warming, climate change, rising sea levels, ocean acidification, garbage patches in the middle of the Pacific, ongoing colonialisms all become entangled on the island. So today, islands are widely understood as exemplary sites where relational dependencies, feedback, and vulnerabilities are somehow especially visible. As I say, this is why I was taken by the title of this conference that foreground the word amplified. The island works as this kind of amplification space, enabling Anthropocene thinking to develop. And it appears as a key resource for understanding planetary conditions. In modernity, in the old days, islands were often framed as lagging behind development. But in the Anthropocene, and particularly in Western critical thought, they're increasingly framed as leading sites of relational awareness, adaptation, and creativity. So in Anthropocene Islands as a project, we seek to trace these shifting states. And so we're not talking about the idea that islands are merely examples of Anthropocene problems, such as climate change, hurricanes, nuclear testing, or ocean plastics. Important as this is, we're focusing upon thinking with islands. This means asking how islands and island cultures and thinking with islandness somehow becomes enrolled and actively shaping new conceptual frameworks through which Anthropocene thinking is being developed. The aim is not to prescribe what island thinking should be, but to analyse how it's already operating across contemporary debates. And I think this is really important for the stakes of this particular talk. In no way, shape or form am I personally advocating any of the approaches that I'm going to be talking about. I'm just laying them out, drawing out the analytics, and trying to show you how this particular geographical form of the island somehow becomes really generative and productive for Anthropocene thinking. As I say, I'm absolutely not advocating these approaches. I do other critical work here. I'm just drawing them out, showing how geography is really important for the development of critical thought. So in the Anthropocene Islands book and in the broader project, we kind of develop a heuristic framing for analytics that capture dominant ways in which islands are mobilized in Anthropocene thinking. These form a kind of continuum, moving from approaches that retain modern assumptions about space, time, and subjectivity towards those that increasingly unsettle them. So I'm going to put up a number of slides of examples of the points, but the key point that I want to make is analytical. And if you want to kind of return to any of these individual examples that I use to demonstrate the points, then please do join the questions afterwards. So what we do is we draw out relational ontologies and relational ontoepistemologies. So what do I mean by that? Well, by relational ontologies, I mean approaches that change how we think about being in the Anthropocene in Western critical thought. And as I say, these increasingly move from a more modern approach, in which we talk about resilience, to what we could call a less modern approach, where we talk about patchworks. And the same is said for relational ontoepistemologies, ways of knowing, ways of thinking about knowing in the Anthropocene. And again, these move from relatively modern approaches, correlation, to relatively less modern approaches, what we call storiation. So the first analytic, the first relational ontology, the first way of thinking about being in the Anthropocene, perhaps the most obvious way, is the concept of resilience. Resilience is probably the most established and high-profile analytic through which islands appear in Anthropocene debates. As Time magazine said, resilience is the key buzzword of our time. And islands were actually the key sites where concepts of resilience were developed back in the 1970s. Analytically, resilience rejects linear progress and instead focuses upon adaptation, feedback, and non-linearity. Much of resilience theory, as I say, was developed on island, with C.S. Holling, who was one of the founders of resilience theory, famously asking those who wanted to help develop the concept, can you work on islands? Because islands exemplify the properties of life resilience theory is interested in. Now here, Darwin's work on island evolution is of course foundational. Island life has revealed that as evolution is not teleological, but relational, adaptive and contingent. And this blurs the boundary between organism and environment. So as a result of this, the figure of the island rises to increasing importance as a resilient, as generative for resilience as a way of thinking. Island societies and ecologies are often seen as adaptive, bouncing back, adjustive and so on, in a kind of Darwinian way. And this gets rolled out to how Western culture thinks about indigenous islanders as adaptive and resilient, and societies more generally. Ontologies are kind of still, however, more at the modern end of thinking in Anthropocene thinking. It still has some kind of very modern legacies. Resilience is often assumed, as I say, for autonomous capacities of self-ordering, and as models that can be replicated elsewhere. Islands become these kind of exemplary units that can be rolled out in a kind of modern way that the rest of the world can learn on. So this is kind of still a kind of fixed understanding of space and time that elsewhere can learn from islands, that models can be just rolled out. So it still has these kind of modern legacies. The second way of thinking about being in the Anthropocene that's less modern than resilience approaches is what we call patchworks. Now, patchwork ontologies are really widespread, particularly in kind of more artistic and creative ways of thinking in the Anthropocene, ways that really seek to disrupt and push against a modern sensibility much harder. And again, the figure of the island becomes really generative. Here, islands are no longer stable systems of adapting to disturbance, as in a kind of resilience mode. They're instead sites of ongoing disturbance, emergence, and creative severance. Patchworks reject the idea of a single coherent world. Instead, they emphasize world-making as kind of ongoing immanent practice. And in this sense, everything becomes an island in the Anthropocene. Temporary, relational, contingent, emergent, becoming, and so forth. So you can see also a kind of relationship here to dominant debates in the Western environmental humanities, post-humanism, more than human thinking, and so forth. But what I want to stress here is that the approach draws heavily upon islands and island cultures and thinking with islandness. It's really quite mirroring of kind of older work in the kind of anthropology that was involved with islands, such as Marilyn Strathan's account of Melanesian relationality, where persons, objects, and spirits and environments are not separate entities, but mutually constitutive relations. Also, kind of perhaps as an update to this, we have a book that perhaps many of you are aware of if you do Anna Singh's The Mushroom at the End of the World. In Singh's work on Matsutake mushrooms, as a key example, on these Japanese islands, disturbance is not something to be eliminated, but something that enables life in its emergent, immanent becoming. So you see here a strong contrast between kind of a Western top-down command and control to cultivation, where it's all about ongoing attunement, journeying and staying with complexity. And attunement is what engenders the becoming. And just as illustrative, patchwork approaches are very peripherate across the environmental humanities and Anthropocene thinking in particular, as I was kind of registering. But what I want to stress here is it's the figure of the island that becomes so key and important. Just as in resilience thinking, the resilience as a concept actually developed and emerged in the 1970s through working with islands in a kind of Darwinian way, looking at adaptation on islands. Patchworks as a perhaps a more recent approach also very much engages with islands and islands practices, not as symbolic, but as generative. And here we have examples that I'd be happy to talk about more later, mentioned Alice Singh, but also Deborah Bird-Rose's work with Aborigines of Australia, Phil Hayward's work in Haida Gwaii, Mimi Scheller's work in local Caribbean island practices, and so forth. It's all about the kind of ongoing emergence and attunement to effects that in itself is engendering of a becoming that's much less linear, cannot be replicated in the way of a resilience framework, cannot be rolled out. It's kind of conceptual framework of reasoning that involves immersive becoming in the environment. So those are what I think are two quite dominant and prominent ways in which thinking with island and islandness becomes highly generative for the broader stakes of Anthropocene thinking. As I say earlier, those are just two approaches of thinking about being in the Anthropocene where islands have become so generative. We could, of course, probably draw out many more. But what I want to turn to now is, having focused upon relational ways of being, of existing in the Anthropocene, resilience and patchworks, I want to turn to relational ways of knowing, or relational ontoepistemologies. And again, just as resilience was a little bit more modern than patchwork approaches, here we'll see that correlation as a way of knowing in the Anthropocene is more modern than storiation as a way of knowing in the Anthropocene. As I say, I talk about all these approaches much more in the Anthropocene Islands book, which you can freely download if you're interested. So in relational thought, one key thing about relational ontoepistemologies is that knowing is not separate from being. It's ontoepistemological, and the correlation and storiation analytics illustrate this. In terms of correlation, it retains a knowing subject that shifts how knowledge is produced. Rather than linear causality, correlation focuses upon co-manifestation. Climate change does not cause island change, it is island change. So islands become these kind of correlational machines, what you could think of as the canary in the coal mine, early warning systems, sensing devices. Now I want to underscore here, we're not talking about islands as being symbolic of climate change and global warming and the Anthropocene. We're understanding them as sites that correlate, sense, register the Anthropocene for us. There is something about islandness, relational becoming, as generative, as intensified on island life, as a kind of creativity that enables islands to be enrolled as the canaries in the coal mine. In the canary in the coal mine, it's the death of the canary that in and of itself registers the thing that can't be unseen, the gas in the coal mine. Now I know this because I'm from Newcastle, and this is one of the highest mining communities for many generations in the northeast of England. As I say, you don't know the gas is in the coal mine until the canary dies. In the same way, the island becomes a correlational machine, a sensing machine, an early warning system for registering climate change, environmental destruction, and so on. So that includes, for example, ecological monitoring. Here we have the work of Van Dorian, the living archive extinction stories from Oceania, where islandness in particular becomes generative as this correlational machine. We also have a massive interest in indigenous people's sensing practice, indigenous islanders' sensing practices. So this reflects, as I say, the strong critique of top-down modern ways of registering change, the human nature divide, and this kind of understanding of indigeneity on islands and islandness as enabling for an ontoepistemology. They become the canaries in the coal mine, the indigenous people. We want to learn from indigenous people how they sense and attune to shifting environments, because islandness and island indigeneity somehow seems to become crucial. And this extends right out into correlational practices associated with technology. So as this slide says, from the call for new smart islands which could sense emergent effects and enable real-time decisions in the Caribbean after Hurricane Irma, to real-time detection of changes in air and water quality on islands, to tracking the fluctuation levels of food available in retail shops after island disasters. Correlation enables real-time awareness and policy intervention. But the thing is, it still operates in a one-world framework, where patterns can be mapped, predicted, and exported. So in that sense, it's still like resilience. There's still this idea that even as islands are these kind of sensitive sites for attuning, they're the canaries of the coal mine that real and register change for us, there's still a sense of a kind of fixed grids of space and time, still kind of almost Cartesian understanding of the world. Precisely because islandness is something that can be rolled out, we can learn from the ways in which real-time decisions can be affected on islands and smart islands, and those models can be rolled out. So just as resilience was modern, as a modern way of being, correlation still retains these modern legacies as a modern way of knowing. The final analytic that I want to discuss in this talk is storiation. So I'll recap where we've got to. Resilience is a dominant way of thinking about being in the Anthropocene, in which islands were absolutely central to the development of the concept of resilience itself. Patchworks is a less modern way of thinking about being in the Anthropocene. It's about emergent becoming, attuning to emergent disturbances and effects. There's no kind of adaptation and bouncing back. It's just the becoming on the island itself, as Singh talks about with the Matsute mushroom, becomes an alternative way of revealing through patchwork islands a kind of kickback against modern top-down ways of thinking about being. And in correlation, we have a kind of way of registering knowing in the Anthropocene that, as I'll discuss, is quite distinctive from storiation. In storiation, we see that perhaps the least modern way of thinking with islands and islandness in the Anthropocene. Here, islands are not sites for reading and registering patterns, they are holding spaces for the afterlives of colonialism, capitalism, waste, and climate change. There's an immanence to storiation that cannot be replicated in the same way as correlation. Storiation rejects the idea that these forces can be grasped through correlation or representation. Instead, it works through embodied, speculative, and intra-relational practices rather than inter-relational practices. Storiation is the kind of way of thinking about knowing in the Anthropocene that really pushes home the point that there is no away and no past. Nuclear fallout, plastic, carbon, and colonial violence endure across deep time. Now, perhaps an early example of storiation is the work of the Caribbean writer and poet Camus Brathwaite. His concept of dialectics is particularly illustrative. Meaning here is not produced by a sovereign storyteller, but emerges through embodied island practices themselves. So Brathwaite describes how he watches a Caribbean woman sweeping sand, holding centuries of colonial history in her very movement, intra-relationally. It can't be grasped from the outside. It's the immanence that's there that demonstrates there's no away, there's no past, that the past is always already present, that everything is interconnected, but it cannot be grasped by way of a correlational way of knowing. It's an imminent mode of disruption or refusal, one could say, of the grasping hand. And Christina Sharp, a prominent scholar in contemporary Black studies, extends this, where it's the Black Islanders' bodies becomes a holding space in the wake, registering histories that cannot be rendered legible by modern epistemologies. So storiation isn't about explanation, it's about staying with what cannot be resolved. And I think perhaps it illustrates something that's quite contemporary in a lot of Western critical thought that kind of draws and engages with islandness. And this is this shift away from availability from islands being enrolled as models for resilience or even patchworks, models for correlation and sensing and tuning, to a kind of deeper concern with colonialism and colonialisation. The idea that islandness could once again perhaps be enrolled in a different way today as a mode of refusal of the grasping and obtaining hand. However, everything always seems to appropriate islandness. So the question here is one of how can we suspend the obtaining hands? How can we stop the grasping hands? And how can we mark the kind of register of colonialism, which is, of course, central to the development of the Anthropocene, differently as a mode of refusal to engage? So just summarising and kind of bringing this talk to a close, I found it very interesting to think with the idea of amplification in the Anthropocene that the conference foregrounds, because I think the figure of the island really does a lot of this work in contemporary Western critique. But it doesn't just amplify, it becomes generative for different ways of thinking about being and knowing in the Anthropocene. So as I've talked about, islands are therefore not marginal to Anthropocene thinking, in my opinion. Of course, I'd say this because I'm a professor of island studies, but I think it's true. I think they are quite central to the development of critical thought in the Anthropocene. Across the modes of resilience, patchworks, correlation and storiation, islands are seen to unsettle modern assumptions to a greater or lesser extent about space, time, causality and subjectivity. This is why so many contemporary thinkers, I think, are talking about explicitly turning to islands thinking. If we note the work, for example, of just a couple recently, Gitari Spivak, perhaps the leading post-colonial scholar in the world, has recently said that they're going to explicitly turn to island thinking. And of course, in Black studies at the moment, particularly in North America, thinking with islandness has become absolutely crucial for thinking about modes of refusal, modes of suspension of the modern fixed linear gaze. So that's probably where I'll leave it. I will really look forward to any questions. Again, I'm very sorry I couldn't be here. Being a retired professor, as I am now, has somehow made me extremely busy. But I do look forward to continuing the conversation and to the immediate conversations we can hopefully have after this talk. Thank you. Hello.
Much, sir. It was very insightful. And now, without delaying, because lunch is waiting, so I would now request Honorable Chair. So I have to. Thank you so much, sir. After this talk, we will now request our Honorable Chair, Professor Dhruv Singh, sir, to throw light and enlighten our minds. Please, sir.
So people can hear, you managed to hear the video okay? You managed to hear the video okay? Excellent. And so I can take questions maybe now? I can take questions now. Okay.
Good afternoon. I appreciate and thanks Dr. John Pog for the excellent talk on Anthropocene Island. So, and he discussed very well about the relation ontologies, resilience and patchwork, and the correlation and historiation. Dear friends, we all know that why he discussed about the Anthropocene Island, because we all
The microphone at all.
Professor John, I am just saying something, the remark on your talk.
Will the speaker stand near a microphone connected to the computer?
You want to say something? Hello? No, there is no question at all. So we all know that the Earth is 4.6 billion years old. And if you just look at the geological time scale of the Earth, it consists of Archean, it consists of Paleozoic, Mesozoic, and the recent one is known as Quaternary. The Quaternary consists of two time periods. The Quaternary, that is 2.58 million year old. It consists of Pleistocene, and the recent one is Holocene. The Holocene, that starts after the LIA, the last ice age, around 11,200 years old. And the scientists now they are discussing about the Anthropocene, because the Holocene, which is the recent age of the geological time scale, or the last time scale of the Earth. So we can say that this Holocene is being affected by the human activities, because man appeared during the Holocene period. In fact, man appeared during the Pleistocene period, the Gunj, Mindal, Riss and Noor. We all are familiar with the Paleolithic, Mesolithic and Neolithic. But all those activities which in fact affected the environment and the climate, they evolved only 300 or 400 years ago. And that's why all those time period in which the human activities had affected the environment, that has affected the different components of the environment, the lithosphere, hydrosphere and the atmosphere, that is known as Anthropocene. And the book which was written by Professor John in 2021, the Anthropocene Island, because island is something different from continent. Island is surrounded by the piece of water. So he considered island, because islands are isolated patches where we can very well establish that how the anthropogenic activities, they are actually affecting different components of the environment. Dear friend, the topic of this conference is geopolitics of climate change. And we all know that it is very difficult to differentiate or to delineate a boundary, that no doubt the climate is changing, but how much is the role of anthropogenic factor and how much is the role of natural factor, that is very difficult to delineate. Scientists globally, they are working on the black carbon, they are working on the gray carbon, they are working on the anthropogenic carbon, they are working on the natural carbon, but yet no one has delineated that how much is the control of anthropogenic factor and how much is the control of natural factor, especially on the climate change. So these type of conferences, they bring very close observation on the climate change and the impact of anthropogenic activities on the climate change, because the geopolitics is also very important. We all know that there are so many countries such as the Finno-Scandinavian countries, the Norway, Sweden, Denmark, they are using the green energy. Green energy means they are not going to affect anyhow the climate or the environment, whereas many countries, they are using the fossil fuels, the coal, petroleum and the gases, and we all know that the fossil fuels or the coal, petroleum gases, as soon as we extract the energy from these resources, they not only deplete from the environment, but at the same time they adversely affect the environment by the increase in the greenhouse gases, the carbon dioxide, the sulfur dioxide, the methane and all these gases. And we all know that the greenhouse gases, their percentage is continuously increasing in the atmosphere. But there is a very interesting research from the Arctic region, that the percentage of the carbon dioxide or the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere is not only increasing, but there is a cyclic trend. Once it was too low, again it was too high, too low, too high, too low, too high, too low, too high. If you just look at the 4 lakhs year record of the greenhouse gases recovered from the I-score. I have also collected the I-score from the Arctic region, from the Svalbard, from the New Elsund. And then we calculated the greenhouse percentage, especially the carbon dioxide. Then we found that there is a cycle for the increase and decrease in the percentage of the carbon dioxide, and that cycle is 50,000 years. It means at present we are at the peak of the greenhouse gases or the carbon dioxide. In the pre-industrial period, it was around 270, but nowadays it is around 410 ppm. But if you just look at the trend is cyclic. And the concept of cyclicity was very well proposed by James Hutton in 1785, again a scientist of Norway. He proposed that every natural things are cyclic in nature. So if the percentage of the carbon dioxide is 420 at present, 50,000 years ago it was 175, 50,000 years ago it was again 275. So there is a cycle from 175 lowest to 275 highest, 175 lowest to 275 highest. At present we are having 400. Certainly this increase from 275 to 400 is anthropogenic in nature. We are responsible for all the increase in greenhouse gases from 275 to 400. But as for the Fourier analysis in the days to come, we don't know that what will be the trend. But as for the past record, the percentage of the greenhouse gases should decrease in the days to come. But when it will decrease, how it will decrease, how much time it will take to decrease, will it decrease or the increasing trend will continue for several hundreds of years? That's why globally the scientists, they are working on it, they are thinking on it, and that's why this book especially works that how the climate and the environment is going to change in an isolated system. And that's why, because if you want to work anything, the homogeneous system, the isolated system is really required. And that's why I congratulate personally to Professor John, who has done something very remarkable and written very remarkable in this book. So good wishes to all of you, as already spoken by Dr. Ritu Jain, that the lunch is waiting for us. So what we can do that by discussing and by better planning, certainly we can work on the pattern, we can work on the trend, so that we can change the energy from the non-renewable to the renewable energy system, number one. And by changing the energy system from non-renewable to the renewable energy system, certainly we'll be in position to decrease all those anthropogenic factors which are responsible for increase in the greenhouse gases. And if we are going to decrease the greenhouse gases in the days to come, certainly at least the anthropogenic impact of the climate change and the environment will be solved. So good wishes to all of you, and thanks to the organizers for giving me an opportunity to comment on this talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Rituji,
Yes, I think I can hear you. I can hear you. Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible, and you would
Oh.
like to appreciate your presentation. It was really remarkable, very enlightening for all of us. And from our organizing team, I would like to thank you for giving your precious time and sharing your knowledge with us. And actually, we have received many things from you. I will take you, like the call you made for the environment, right? So thank you for giving us.
Thank you. Good luck with the conference. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir, to you too. And lunch is waiting for us, so please rush to lunch, because in the next session, we are skipping the online session today. Okay? Please come to lunch. Hello? हाँ पता है। हम एक जो है सेमिनार में हैं भैया, है ना? Thank you. अरे अरे हाँ you can yes 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 but संतोष आपको their friends अच्छा अच्छा आप क्या गूगल मीट अरे ने ये सर बता रहे हैं कि वो जो है वो सब आपका है सब खुल जाएगा सब एक सेशन चलना है 4:30 से 5:30 में कुछ किसी भी वहाँ पे किसी तो है गूगल कहते हैं गूगल चलती है ऑनलाइन अपने कोई ऑनलाइन है
A very good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to introduce our next speaker. Richard Henning is a professor of Nordic literature at the University of Ager, Norway, with a research focus on eco-criticism and interdisciplinary environmental humanities. He is a former president of European Association for the Study of Literature, Culture and Environment, and co-founder and coordinator of the Eco-Critical Network for Scandinavian Studies. His research and publications focus on how culture influences human interrelations with precipitation of the environment and climate, ecological problems, risk, sustainability, and resilience. Now, I would like to ask our speaker to start his lecture. Thank you.
Does it work? Yeah. Okay, thank you. And I will try to share my PowerPoint presentation. Which I hope will work. Okay. No, I will try again. Let's see. Somehow it doesn't seem like that. Do you see it now in the mode for that it's been shown to you entirely? That you see the entire slide? Or only the, can you hear me? The PowerPoint is visible. Okay, I will. So when I'm in here in this modus, I hope this works, that you can see the next slide. Yes, can you say it? Because I can't see the chat while I'm showing the PowerPoint. If I go to the next slide, so you can see it You can see the next slide now, the one with the book on it. It doesn't move, okay. Then I have to, I'll try again. Yes, please. Yes. Yes, you mean the one for like so now you see it in full screen, right? Doesn't? Okay. If I go to the next slide like this, now can you see the next one now? Okay. That's a bit of a pity, but we'll do it as as an emergency solution so that we don't get any more delay. Well, thank you so much for the invitation and for the kind introduction. The conference program looks really exciting and I would have loved to come and meet you all in person, but unfortunately I couldn't make it work time-wise, so I hope there will be other opportunities in the future to meet. I will focus in my talk on national cultures and the relation between national cultures and the geopolitics of climate change, and use mainly Norway as an example, the country where I'm based, in which may appear as a somewhat peculiar choice, considering that it is a country with a rather small population of only 5.5 million. But as I will try to show in the following, it's still a case that is highly relevant in this context. It may seem rather obvious that how states choose to deal with the problem of anthropogenic climate change is affected by geographic conditions. I think in the previous session you heard about islands, and I think small low-lying island states, of course, have a natural interest in mitigating climate change to avoid, for example, further sea level rise. And then, of course, economic interests also play into the geopolitics of climate change. For example, with fossil fuel exporting countries usually being more reluctant to really commit to climate change mitigation, especially when that would involve a phasing out of fossil fuel use. What is less clear is how such geographical and economic factors can be entangled with elements of national culture, and how this entanglement influences attempts to mitigate climate change. And culture's impact on human interrelations with the non-human sphere is, of course, a central focus in our interdisciplinary field of the environmental humanities. And as, for example, Robert Emmett and David Nye point out, there are widely different national energy cultures. We write that energy consumption is not driven by needs, and it varies considerably from one culture to another. The per capita energy use in the United States is almost twice that of Europe, for example, and one of the tasks of the environmental humanities is to understand the cultural drivers of such variations. And I think that's indeed a very important task. For such differences in national culture can have very real geopolitical consequences. For example, attempts to secure access to ever more energy resources to provide for national cultures that are built around ways of life that require high energy consumption. This is not to say that national culture determines geopolitics. It can also be the other way around. That, for example, economic interests generate certain forms of culture, and that these then in turn serve to legitimize these interests. So the relationship between national cultures and certain forms of geopolitics will often be one of a mutual reinforcement. Arguably, pursuance of national self-interest, legitimized by the culturally constructed needs of the imagined community of a nation, also hinders often the development of forms of geopolitics that could help mitigate climate change and ensure acceptable future living conditions for the entire human species. But there is one nation that has made the pursuance of such a world-saving geopolitics actually a core element of its national identity, and that is Norway. It's not entirely sure how, when, and from what exactly the notion emerged that Norwegians are destined to altruistically help their fellow human beings. It's often, by researchers, traced back to the country's strong Protestant missionary tradition, which involved traveling to non-Christian peoples to convert them and, so to say, save their souls, which especially was the case in the 19th century. And then a more secularized vision of Norway as a country with an exceptional role in improving the state of the world began to emerge already in the early 20th century. Aspects that contributed to it were the establishment of a Nobel Peace Prize, which is awarded yearly in Oslo since 1901 by a committee appointed by the Norwegian Parliament in that nice building that you can see here on the slide. Another factor was certainly the polar explorer and national hero Fridtjof Nansen, who dedicated himself in the latter part of his life to refugee relief, amongst others, as the League of Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. And as you can see here on the slide, he also received the Nobel Peace Prize for that commitment in 1922. This Norwegian humanitarian commitment and commitment to peace grew even stronger after the Second World War and the founding of the United Nations, whose first general secretary actually was a Norwegian, Trygve Lie, and Norway has ever since been one of the strongest supporters of the United Nations, both financially and morally. And alongside that, Norway also increasingly acted as a mediator in peace negotiations and also got involved very strongly in development aid as it developed from the 1950s on, and where Norway began to see itself as a natural leader. In Norway, there were established very ambitious aims for how much of the GDP should be contributed to development aid, and also very sophisticated infrastructure for providing it, of a material economic scope and also a social-cultural centrality that far exceeds the situation in other industrialized countries and even in the neighboring Scandinavian countries. The historian Terje Tvedt has coined the term national regime of goodness to designate this very central role that development aid and poverty alleviation play in Norwegian society, both as a field of politics, as a source of state branding and national identity production, and in connection with that also of moral and cultural capital. And Tvedt writes that the Norwegian ambition and self-image actually are to be, as he writes, a humanitarian great power and a world champion of development aid. From 1970 on, this national culture of humanitarian exceptionalism for the first time also became complemented with an explicitly ecological dimension. And as environmental historian Peter Anker writes in the book that you can see here, this was connected to the evolving deep ecology movement around the time that began to propagate a vision of Norway as a self-sufficient country with close to nature lifestyles based on farming, fishing, and outdoor recreation. And they posited Norway as he writes here, as an ecological standard for the world to admire and to imitate. And while the deep ecology movement in the beginning mainly was focused on Norway itself and not so much concerned with improving living conditions in other parts of the world, this vision of Norway as an environmental pioneer soon got combined with a more global outlook of this regime of goodness and its commitment to bettering the situation of people, especially in developing countries. And we see this in exemplary ways realized in this book that you can see here by the non-fiction writer Erik Dammann. The title in English would be The Future in Our Hands. And here, which was published in 1972. And here, Dammann argues that the material wealth of Europe and the US was built through colonialism and slave trade, and was through exploitation of other parts of the world. According to him, Norway also profited from this unjust world order, which he sees as still effective in a highly uneven distribution of wealth that carries with it extreme poverty in developing countries and overconsumption and wastefulness in the industrialized nations. And his conclusion is quite clear, that what is required is a radical cutback of our and other rich countries' consumption. And he says that such a consumption would not only benefit the poor through redistributing resources to them, enabling them to get their basic needs fulfilled, but even the rich, who then could focus on what's really important for achieving happiness and a good life, which, according to Daman, should be a life characterized by simplicity and authenticity instead of permanently accelerating material consumption. And this restructuring of the world economy and the change in lifestyles would, according to him, then at the same time solve the problems of the depletion of non-renewable resources and of environmental pollution. Daman emphasizes that the necessary transformation can basically start anywhere, but he doesn't really abandon this Norwegian exceptionalism, because he says that Norway has actually better preconditions than many other industrialized nations to lead the way in this process, since it has no colonial past and often already functions as a mediator in international relations. And he also claims that Norwegians, due to their country's extensive natural areas, still have better possibilities to pursue non-consumption-based, close-to-nature lifestyles. Its main emphasis is on leveling the differences between rich and poor countries. He writes that instead of planning for increased luxury consumption in Norway, we shall help the poor to get going production that is necessary for their development. And Daman's book clearly resonated with widespread feelings and concerns among Norwegians at the time it was published. He did not use the term sustainable development yet, since that is a term that only came up in political language in the 1980s. However, his vision was in many ways carried on in the work of the United Nations Commission on Development and the Environment, which was established in 1983 and led by the former Norwegian Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland, so another Norwegian on the world scene. And this commission's work resulted in the report Our Common Future, published in 1987, which influentially defines sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. What happened then was that 2 years later, when Brundtland was prime minister in Norway again, because she had several periods of office, then her Ministry of the Environment issued a white paper that states that Norway would follow up on the Commission's report through providing help to developing countries, engaging in international collaboration, and work towards sustainable development in Norway itself. And this paper explicitly states that Norway should be a leading country in the work to secure a sustainable development. And ever since then, Norwegian politicians have positioned their country internationally as a pioneer of environmental and climate protection as an integral part of this commitment to globally sustainable development. What happened internationally was that the Brundtland report drafted a vision until the year 2000, when we got the Millennium Goals launched in 2000 and to be reached in 2015. And these were then succeeded by the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, agreed on in 2015 and to be reached by 2030. What's interesting with these SDGs is that they also include a systematic follow-up and review based on various indicators, and that makes it possible to assess countries' progress towards these goals. And for example, the Sustainable Development Solutions Network provides yearly reports on this status. So I will in the following briefly review Norway's accomplishments in achieving the SDGs based on the latest version of that report that came this year in 2025. And as you can see here in the upper left corner, Norway seems to perform relatively well when it comes to reaching certain SDGs. And the country ranks 7 out of 167 ranked countries, which is quite far up. But on the other hand, its score, where you see it says 82.7, has only improved very moderately over time. And to reach fully these SDGs, a score of 100 would be necessary in 2030. So that seems very unlikely. And when you look down to these colorful SDGs, you can see that Norway seems also to be doing much better on certain of them than on others. Where it's marked green, these are already achieved, basically, like no poverty and reduced inequalities, gender equality, and so on. But when you see all those who are that are marked in orange or yellow, that it's a bit tricky and not really on the best way maybe. And then we have those that are in colored red, and these are where we see a decreasing trend, where it's basically going into the wrong direction, and where it's extremely unlikely that Norway will achieve these SDGs by 2030. Number 2 is zero hunger. That's not about undernourishment. It's about increasing obesity and far too high and unsustainable meat consumption, amongst other things. You see number 12 is about responsible consumption and production, and there it's, amongst other things, about all the negative environmental and social effects that all the goods that are produced elsewhere and that are imported to Norway have on the environment and on people in the places where these are produced. And you see number 13, climate action, is also red, and that has, amongst other things, to do also with the greenhouse gas emissions from all these imported goods, but also greenhouse gas emissions in Norway from Norway's own oil industry and from the exported oil and gas. I will get back to that soon. And number 15, that's especially embarrassing for us in Norway, life on land, because we are also failing to protect our natural areas, and instead of that we are developing them and transforming them into built areas very rapidly. And so much about the close to nature state of Norway. So while Norway seems to underperform in important areas when it comes to achieving sustainable development at home, the situation is even worse when you consider the spillover ranking that is accessible on the Sustainable Development Report website. And I posted it here on the right upper side. You can see the spillover index. And this assesses in how far a country has positive or negative effects on other countries' abilities to achieve the SDGs. And here, Norway ranks 157 out of 167 countries, so on one of the very last places. And what contributes to this very bad ranking are, as it says on the website, amongst others, environmental and social impacts embodied into trade, such as scarce water consumption, fatal work-related accidents, modern slavery, and biodiversity threats, in addition to all the other import-related problems that already were mentioned. And in this way, the report shows that Norway actually is very far from complying with its vision of being a global leader on sustainable development. To the contrary, it has more negative effects on the countries it claims to help than what most other wealthy nations have. You see here that even compared to other OECD members, Norway is doing extraordinarily bad in the spillover index. And of course, those who are doing best are the poorest countries, sub-Saharan Africa, because they don't affect anybody negatively outside their own country. So what we can see here is there's a clear connection between the failure to achieve certain SDGs at home and Norway's detrimental spillover effects on other countries, especially regarding unsustainable forms of consumption. And I will now discuss possible reasons for these difficulties in complying with Norway's own self-image to lead globally on sustainable development. And I propose that the reasons for that are to a considerable extent to be found in the country's oil and gas industry, and in a very special form of national petroculture that it has given rise to. Oil and gas extraction on the Norwegian continental shelf began in 1969 and has expanded ever since. All of this extraction takes place offshore, as you can see on that map, and the Norwegian state owns the resources under the seabed. And since most of the oil and gas are exported, this creates considerable revenues for the state, which since 1969 have been placed in the Petroleum Fund, now called the Government Pension Fund Global, which invests in equities, fixed income, and real estate outside Norway. And by now it is, as they say on their own website, one of the world's largest funds, owning almost 1.5% of all shares in the world's listed companies. So that's quite enormous. The aim with this fund is to secure constant income from the wealth generated by oil and gas exports, even for the time after the end of extraction. And the Norwegian government is allowed to take out 3% of the fund's value each year as part of the state budget, which is the estimated average real return from the investments. And since the fund itself continues to grow, increasingly large sums in the Norwegian state budget are also financed then by the revenues from it, which gives governments considerable financial freedom. The other direct and indirect effects of the oil and gas industry and of the revenues from fossil fuel exports in Norway include a very low unemployment rate, high wages, and almost continuous increase in real income for large parts of the population. They also include extremely high levels of consumption in both the private and the public sectors. And it seems that this material wealth contributes substantially to most of the import-related problems in achieving certain SDGs in Norway, as well as to these detrimental spillover effects on other countries' ability to themselves achieve the SDGs. And of course, also and not least regarding all these greenhouse gas emissions that both result from the production of oil and gas and from the exported oil and gas, of course. So when we set this in relation to the data from the Sustainable Development Report, the central sector of Norwegian economy seems to stand in direct contradiction to the achievement of the SDGs, both in Norway and internationally. However, Norway has no plan for phasing out the oil and gas industry, and new exploration and investments are still encouraged. While critical voices both within and outside Norway have pointed out the inconsistency between the ideas that this regime of goodness is based on and the country's material reality, the government, the industry, and society as a whole appear very resilient against such criticism, and a change of course in the near future seems rather unlikely. This persistence can, in similar ways as the regime of goodness, be explained not only in material but also in cultural terms. And I argue that certain narratives about and metaphors for oil and gas extraction have become so naturalized in Norwegian society that questioning them can appear almost futile. They have become what eco-linguist Aaron Stibbe calls stories we live by, mental models which influence behavior and lie at the heart of the ecological challenges we are facing. And one of the most prominent such narratives is that Norway, before the discovery of oil in 1969, was a poor country, and that the oil industry saved Norwegians from economic collapse, unemployment, and poverty. In this view, the Norway of today then gains almost utopian qualities compared to the pre-oil past. And this applies exemplarily to the drama television series Lykkeland, or State of Happiness. I think under this title you will find it available also outside of Norway. This is a series that was produced by the national broadcaster NRK between 2018 and 24 in 3 seasons. And it chronicles the history of the Norwegian oil industry from the end of the 60s until the establishment of the Petroleum Fund in 1996. Sorry. The central characters are all belong to or in other ways connected to the fictional Nyman family, and that's a family of ship and factory owners who are based in Stavanger, a city in southwestern Norway where the oil industry established its headquarters, and that functions as the series' main setting. Film scholar Julia Leider has pointed out that the Nymans recognizably function as representatives for the family of a nation, so they embody on an individual level the changes that Norway experienced on a societal and cultural level after the arrival of the oil industry. And in the beginning of the series, the Nyman family is threatened by bankruptcy as the core of their business, which is fishing and producing canned fish, experiences a crisis. But then oil is found and they repurpose their ships to supply the emerging offshore industry, and that saves them economically and provides them also with unprecedented wealth. So by following these characters, the series then lets the viewer experience how Stavanger becomes transformed from conditions shaped by poverty, ethnical homogeneity, and cultural conservatism into a modern, prospering city characterized by material wealth, open-mindedness, and a diversity of lifestyles that provides the freedom to individuals to realize themselves in the way they wish. And the latter applies especially to women who in the beginning of the series are suppressed by a patriarchal system that hinders them from developing and applying their skills, but who through the new opportunities that are provided by the oil industry manage to emancipate themselves. And emancipation and increased consumption and fossil fuel use also go hand in hand in the series. In the third and last season, the old ship owner's wife, who never has had a job or an official function in the company, obtains a driver's license and experiences when newfound freedom when she drives through the green landscapes of southwest Norway, as you see here on picture. It could be from any car advertisement, I guess, but it's from the series. So this multi-award-winning series literally frames oil as a savior for Norwegians. The first season's second episode depicts towards its end the discovery of oil, with workers, so to say, being baptized in it when it starts gushing up on the drilling rig. And this scene is then followed by one that shows the official confirmation of a find to Norwegian authorities, which was on the 23rd December of 1969, so one day before Christmas Eve. And how it shows also how the rig's gas flare is lit for the first time on the day, while it blends in between to the people on land who sit around a Christmas tree and listen to the radio news that report on what's happening on the rig. And there we see workers standing and looking devotionally at the gas flare while the Norwegian Christmas carol Deilige Juden sounds in the background. And as religious studies scholar Marion Grau has pointed out, the gas flare here supplants the Star of Bethlehem and oil Jesus. Because Deilige Juden, this Christmas carol, actually ends with the words, "An eternal Savior is born to us." And I know that for non-Norwegians it may be tempting to perceive this framing of the discovery of oil in such religious terms as ironical or even as implicitly critical. But when one views all 3 seasons of Lykkeland in connection, then it gets clear that there's actually no irony or criticism implied at all here. So there can be no doubt that the series narrates the oil industry's effects on Norwegian society as great improvements. And in the end, of course, oil indeed becomes the eternal savior through establishing of this petroleum fund that perpetuates the oil wealth into an indefinite future. So Lykkeland is clearly based on the narrative of oil having saved Norwegians from poverty and of having made possible all social advancements that have happened ever since. And this narrative has been so successful and widespread that it usually is repeated without questioning, sometimes even by those who are critical of the oil industry. This is in a way unsurprising, since it's an easily comprehensible narrative with high credibility. Because who could deny that the Norwegian state and its citizens are considerably richer in material terms today than what they were before 1969, and that the welfare state has expanded and diversity, gender equality, and individual freedoms have increased. This is quite obvious that this has happened and it cannot be denied. The crux, however, is that this narrative establishes a causal and even deterministic connection between the oil and gas industry and all these social developments that most Norwegians today see as advances. Economic historians have argued that if no oil and gas had been found, Norway would likely have developed other economic sectors more and would have had a more diversified economy than what it has today. It would probably not have been a poor country compared to most of its Nordic neighbors, who actually managed to accomplish basically the same social advancements, welfare state, gender equality, and so on, without huge incomes from oil and gas exports. And Norway certainly would not have been poor in the sense that basic needs of the population would not have been fulfilled. Such counterfactual history is, of course, speculative to some degree. Yet the fact that Norway committed to providing considerable aid to developing countries long before the discovery of oil, and with strong support from a majority of the population, underlines that most Norwegians probably did not consider themselves or their state to be poor in the years before 1969. To the contrary, the 1950s and 60s were a period of increasing prosperity in Norway, and most Norwegians seem to have experienced that things were good and even getting better. And Damann's previously discussed book from 1972 is a good example. It was published only 1 year after Norway started exporting oil and was before any actual effects from oil on the country's material wealth could be felt. And nevertheless, the deep ecologist Arne Næss calls Norway in the book's preface our little upper class nation and states that most Norwegians are rich and was in a position of being able to downscale their material consumption without losing quality of life. So it does not appear that Norway's alleged poverty indeed was a widespread notion in the 2 decades before the advent of the oil industry. However, through being frequently repeated in various genres and media, the narrative has become so naturalized in Norwegian society that it appears not as a retrospective construction, but as a factual description of reality. And as a result, then, this narrative fosters critical consideration of the oil industry's effects on society. So with oil being commonly perceived as savior of a nation, it becomes very difficult to argue for phasing out the industry due to climate considerations, for example. And a metaphor that is in many ways linked to this narrative of Norway's development from poor to rich is that of oljeeventyret, literally the oil adventure or oil fairy tale. In Norway, the term eventyr usually refers to folk tales that were collected from oral transmission in the 19th century. And in many of these, we have a protagonist coming from a very poor background and who then, after fighting trolls and other obstacles, acquires enormous riches and power, often thanks to a combination of cunning, persistency, and luck. And it is this cognitive frame that is evoked by the metaphor oljeeventyr that associates the industry with excitement, great promise, greatly improved living conditions, and Norwegians more generally with cleverness and fortune. And this makes it a metaphor we live by in the sense proposed by George Lakoff and Mark Johnson, meaning a mental concept that structures human thinking and acting. And this metaphor and the associated narrative of oil having saved Norwegians from poverty can be found in basically all sectors of Norwegian society, also in the educational system. This is from a science textbook for Form 6 in primary school from 1998. Where it states, now this is in Norwegian, but I translated it would say that without oil, our modern society would have had huge problems. This is how it starts recounting, telling about what oil is. And when the text recounts the discovery of oil in 1969 and states that this became the beginning of a great Norwegian oil adventure. So here we have a metaphor of oljeeventyr, and that thanks to selling oil and gas, Norway is today one of the world's richest countries. And the same wording is still used in the 2007 edition of this book. So even though this book also addresses anthropogenic climate change by using the oljeeventyr metaphor and the narrative of oil's redemptive power for Norwegian society, it frames oil as an indispensable necessity, without which a nation would be threatened by regression into pre-oil poverty. And considering that this is a science textbook, its text assumes, of course, a high level of facticity. So it presents its content as facts, not as socio-culturally constructed beliefs. And I think, therefore, that the study of such didactic texts can provide an indication of how generations of Norwegian children have been exposed to the alleged truth of oil as the nation's savior, creating structures in their minds that may make it hard to think of the oil industry in different terms, even as grown-ups. So this may provide one possible explanation for why it seems so hard for many in Norway to envision a livable future without oil. Yet, how can oil's detrimental climate impact be reconciled with the idea of goodness, which after all also functions as one of the stories we live by in Norwegian national culture? There have actually been attempts to combine continued fossil fuel exports and the national identity as an altruistic helper for the world's poor. The former Norwegian Prime Minister Jens Stoltenberg, for example, was very good at that. You know him maybe as a previous NATO General Secretary, so also he was very active on the world scene. And he used to claim that Norwegian oil was cleaner than that of other countries, and that Norway was morally obliged to continue production to provide energy for the alleviation of poverty in countries such as India and China. When one considers that most of Norway's oil and almost all its gas has been exported to European countries since the beginning of production, this argument may have been standing on somewhat shaky ground. Yet what it shows is that the Norwegian identity of goodness could be mobilized to legitimize continued fossil fuel production. Because we're not doing it for us to get even richer, that's just a side effect, so to say, we're doing it to help others, right? And we also see that now where the narrative has more gone into the direction, into a European direction, because since the beginning of Russia's war on Ukraine in February 2022, the main argument of Norwegian politicians for not setting an end date for the industry or even for stopping to explore new reservoirs of oil and gas has been that Norway must do everything to be able to supply European countries with energy, now that these no longer can rely on Russian gas deliveries for electricity production and heating. And even though countries such as Germany obviously cannot count as poor, the geopolitical reasoning behind this claim utilizes the Norwegian wish to appear as an altruistic helper, which, due to its strong cultural standing, is hard to argue against, within Norway at least. However, the situation outside Norway seems to be in the process of changing. And this image of Norway as an altruistic, humanitarian, and ecological great power seems to be losing credibility quite rapidly. In September 2025, for example, the Australian media production group The Juice Media published a short film on Norway in their satirical series Honest Government Ads. And that was right in advancement of the Norwegian national elections that took place the same month. I can only recommend watching this. We don't have time for it now, but you maybe can do it later. And this film ridicules Norway's claim to climate leadership and explicitly, as you can see here, refers to the Sustainable Development Report to expose the country's high emissions resulting from its fossil fuel exports. It also criticizes the Norwegian state and the state-owned oil company Equinor for brainwashing children with what they call petroganda, what they satirically explain as Norway's official religion. And without doubt, these petrocultural stories we live by that I've discussed now in this talk would also count as good examples of such petroganda. So, on the other hand, Norway's loss of credibility as a geopolitical leader on sustainable development has not yet resulted in effective national political attempts to bring Norway's economy and society more in line with its altruistic self-image through, for example, ending oil and gas exploration and reducing material consumption. So what would be required to achieve such a change, of course? That's, of course, far too big a question for me to answer, so I can only present some very brief thoughts on that. And I think that one step, at least in the right direction, might be to expose the constructed character of the narrative of oil having saved Norwegians from poverty in a more systematic and profound way than what I had the space to do here. This would involve thorough research on the origins of this narrative, by whom and how it has been promoted over time, as well as whose interests it has served and continues to serve. In Stibb's terms, this could constitute a form of resistance against what he calls destructive discourses. And such resistance, according to him, consists of raising awareness that the ideology conveyed by the discourse is just a story, and that the story has harmful effects. The same applies to oljeeventyret and related metaphors whose development, use, and effects over time have not been comprehensively researched so far. Such research could then point out the cognitive frames that these metaphors activate and sensitize the media and the public for the necessity to abandon them. This could then, as Stibb suggests, be a way of opening up space for other potentially more beneficial alternatives. And of course, Norway's national culture may appear as a weird and somewhat peculiar case of maybe rather little relevance on a world scene, considering the country's small population size, as I said in the beginning. However, as one of the world's largest exporters of oil and gas and owner of a petroleum fund with these immense riches accumulated there, and simultaneously as a long-standing and experienced player in international politics, the present and future geopolitical course that this culture allows the country to take can actually have substantial implications also for the possibility of mitigating climate change on a global level. And I think that the case of Norway also highlights the importance of studying the relation between aspects of national culture and forms of engagement in the geopolitics of climate change, even in other national contexts, where one might discover similar phenomena, even though they might be constructed in different ways. And also a necessity to explore ways of changing such national cultures so that they may become more conducive to the mitigation of climate change. Thank you. So. So that was my talk. I hope.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful and enlightening talk. Now I would like to call Professor Ramlakhan Singh, chairperson of this session, to conclude this session.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear you.
Thank you, Professor Reinhard Henning, for delivering a very thought-provoking lecture this afternoon. Actually, this whole lecture of Dr. Henning has been for the utilization and their proper use of the.
I hear that you're talking, but I can't understand what you said. It's very. Yes, yes, I can hear you well now. Yeah, thank you.
Developmental statistics. Hello. Hello. He has very beautifully and exhaustively explained how the oil, the fossil fuel rather, or the oil has been properly used and utilized over there. But here I was going through it and I have noticed that, a lot of solar energy and hydro energy is being used in Norway and other Norwegian countries. So it has been a wonderful lecture, perhaps, and I would conclude it with the quote Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is the one earth, one family, and one future, rather we can say. And it is a very, uh, common quote of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji, that he always says that there should be balance between ecology and economics. So these two things, they have to be, in a proper way and in a balanced way. Then only we can go in for conservation of energy for the sustainable future. And obviously, more and more green energy we will be using. We will, you know, Professor Henning for delivering.
the memories of civilization. And it is the duty of media to keep those memories alive, intact, and to highlight them properly.